Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
By the way, I never got an answer to this, but did they negotiate into the weekend, or did they, when the decision was made on Friday, did they just decide, oh, we're not doing anything here. You're just going to have to deal with it. I did a Sling TV. I paid $5 for Sling TV. Guess what Sling TV doesn't have? The World Series. I was like, sick. This is great, guys. How do you have one but not the other? Like, you don't have Fox? You don't have Big Fox? How are you a TV brand without Big Fox?
Oh, no. This is devastating because I was going to look into Sling. So it's like you're your own like detective where you have to do all this work. Back in the day, it used to be you could subscribe to any package and get just about everything. So these are tough times that we live in. We need another patch on our shirt that says, I have successfully subscribed to a cable company that has all the channels. Because, like, what are the options? Because I was looking into Sling. I was looking into some other ones. I was like, do we have to go back to like Spectrum? Because like God knows.
DirecTV.
Their customer service? Oh no. I'll do a lot of things, but I won't do that.
I looked into DirecTV Stream, which I don't have to have the physical box because like what am I going to do with the physical box here? I don't need that. I have a Roku. I just want to stream the thing. It's like $90 a month. And I'm smart enough to realize that DirecTV has also found themselves in these sorts of scenarios. And I don't think that in the future that ESPN or whoever is ever going to work it out anymore because they have their own streaming service. There's no incentive for them to work it out. They're literally just cutting out the middleman in between. We're doomed. Cutting the cord was a mistake. If I had a time machine, I'd go back and I'd smack around whoever started the idea that cutting the cord was a good option.
Well, if you were looking for positive vibes on this Monday morning, Denton Day is not providing them.
The internal cynic is coming out today.
Well, that's me every day. So welcome to the party. And yes, we are a morning show. We know that. But listen, we always keep it 100. On the show, we're going to keep it real. But I'll say this, from a viewing perspective, even though it was heartbreak for the Blue Jays, it was a great World Series. But last night wasn't really the case for the Commanders and Seahawks game. Not really a great game from a watching perspective either, unless you're a huge fan of the Seahawks and Sam Darnold. So we'll get into that in a few minutes. But first, over the weekend, let's get into what we bet on. So my best bet of the weekend was Dodgers-Blue Jays Game 6 under 8. That was a winner. But I also had Patrick Mahomes 25-plus rush yards. I think he only rushed the ball one time. This was extremely frustrating, Den. I feel like he had so many chances to run the ball up the gut, and he just chose not to. Like, he almost threw, like, it was almost a fumble one time, and I feel like this would have helped the offense. I know I was seeing through the lens of my bet, but I was shouting at the screen for Andy Reid, run the ball with Patrick Mahomes. Maybe you'll score more points. Also had Yamamoto over 18.5 outs in Game 6 of the World Series. He finished with 18, so he needed one more out, and of course he didn't get it, but he did win World Series MVP, so I can't be that mad at him. So 1-2 for me. As for Jenks, got the win with North Carolina plus 2.5 over Syracuse, and then had the Dodgers Blue Jays first 5 under 4. That was a push in Game 6. So for the week, 3-4-1 for me, 5-4-1 for Jenks, and then you are a sparkling 3-0 for your career betting record here on the Daily Tip. But I will say this record will be on the line today. You got to bet.
No, so I'm sweating. I don't know if you can tell. I'm sweating. I'm the Key and Peele meme where it's just trickling down the back. I have to maintain perfection.
Yes, 3-0. What a standard to live up to. All right, so to keep the negative vibes going, Denton, your team, the Commanders, got absolutely smoked last night, 38-14. Sam Darnold was basically perfect in the first half of this game, starting 16 of 16 and had 4 touchdowns. Ended the game with 4 touchdowns and a pick, and the Seahawks, of course, scored 38 points. But the bigger story in this game for the Commanders is that Jaden Daniels left this game very late with an injury that Adam Schefter is calling a dislocated future.
Yeah, this sucked. This was like getting jumped and then having it be filmed and realizing as you're getting jumped that this is being filmed. Just talking from myself personally. You saw Jaden go down, and it is a disaster. Why he was in the game when it was 38-7 in the fourth quarter makes literally no sense. I mean, he is the savior of the franchise. He's supposed to carry this franchise back to the place of glory that they were attempting to represent with the uniforms last night. They also honored Art Monk at halftime. Fans were leaving at halftime. That's their best wide receiver in franchise history, and they were leaving because the product on the field was awful. It couldn't do anything. I was so ready, Chelsea, to get up here this morning and talk about how bad the defense was and just completely hijack the show, honestly, about how bad the defense is, why Cliff Kingsbury's offense is dated at this point because he can't scheme bad wide receivers open. But now I got to talk about how the quarterback snapped his arm in half, down 31 points with like 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And they're talking about, oh, well, he's a great competitor. We didn't want to pull him. Like, dog, y'all pulled him last year in the final game of the regular season because he wasn't playing well. And then Marcus Mariota against the Cowboys goes and wins the game. And now I got to hear about how he's such a great competitor. We didn't want to pull him when he was down 31. For what? It's an embarrassing performance by the coaching staff, not by Jaden. Jaden was the only guy that had a heart last night. If they actually had talent around him, they might have been, I don't know, maybe not 31 points down in the fourth quarter. But he was the only one that could play and do anything last night. And they decide they just want to trot him out there for no reason. Just pack it up, get ready for Detroit, put Mariota in there, and they get this guy hurt. Just the blocker, I think it was Connolly who was supposed to take the free man. I don't know their blocking schemes by heart. Somebody just completely whiffs. The guy comes in on a blitz completely untouched, which forces Jaden out of the pocket. And it just talks like there's so many problems with Washington, Chelsea. The coaching staff has been a complete 180 from what it was last year. Everything was so, rainbows and butterflies. And I know we should be talking about Sam Darnold, but let me get on my high horse. Everything was so rainbows and butterflies last year. They get to the NFC Championship. They have all these great mottos, anywhere, anyplace, anytime, all this nonsense. And in 2025, it felt like from the jump this season was going to be in trouble. You have the weird Terry stuff. And now 3 of the last 5 games that Jaden Daniels has played, he's left with some form of injury. And it's largely because they're asking him to do too much. If you ask your quarterback to be Superman for the entirety of his career, it's going to be a short-ass career. He's going to be the general manager at LSU the way that Andrew Luck is currently the general manager at Stanford right now for their football program. It's just completely embarrassing. I had to drive home last night. I was up late. I had to drive home last night. I had to chill out. At first, I was driving home. I had no music on. And I was like, that's psycho behavior. I need music. So then I put Mozart on to try and calm me out. You ever listen to Mozart to try and calm yourself down? A little bit of Beethoven in there. Sprinkle some classical music. I felt like a serial killer. It worked, but I felt like a serial killer. Then this morning, the wife and I went to Bath & Body Works yesterday. I love Bath & Body Works. It's a great store. I'm new to the Bath & Body Works experience, but I love it. I bought this lotion that smells of eucalyptus and spearmint. It's meant to relax. I got half the bottle on. It's not working. It's been 12 hours of this. Good things don't come to me. That's what I'm realizing.
Well, now your whole entire personality is just going to be you're going to be for the foreseeable future, because now it feels like watching Commanders games are not going to ease your hypertension any. But I feel like last year it felt like everything went right for the Commanders. This year everything is going wrong. And from a perspective of like betting and gambling, you say, okay, when a team is coming off a season where everything goes right and they win a bunch of close games, usually that is really tough to repeat. And it was very easy to stand there and look at Jaden Daniels and be like, well, they have Jaden Daniels. He can be like a Band-Aid for a lot of these problems. But it feels to me that it's more than just Jaden Daniels. Because I know people will look at the season and they will label it, hey, Jaden Daniels was hurt. There's nothing else they could do. But like you said, there are other issues for the Commanders other than just JD5. It is the defense, the offensive line. I feel like Jaden Daniels was under all kinds of pressure last night. The receiver core is not the best. So it's a lot of things for the Commanders.
Betting moving forward is whoever they're playing, I don't care who it is, their team total over. They can't stop anybody on defense. I mean, Sam Darnold looked like prime Joe Montana last night, and guys were stupid wide open. I mean, how is Jackson Smith-Njigba always open? I know he's amazing, but how is he always open? Like, he doesn't take a snap off. The guy's still open. Sam Darnold threw a touchdown pass to the tight end, Arroyo, and Arroyo was wide open. Literally on the other side of the field, Jackson Smith-Njigba was actually more open. The read was just to the tight end first, and because the tight end was so open, he makes the correct read there. But the other guy was also wide open. They can't stop anybody. This should be a trend. 2 years ago in college football, when Caleb Williams was at USC and USC didn't have a defense, I made so much money. I went 10-2 just betting overs against USC because I knew they couldn't stop anybody, but I knew that Caleb Williams could put up points. The rest of the NFL season, everybody should be doing that for Washington. Whoever they're playing, team total over. I don't care if it gets to 40 points. I'll lay it. If they're going to suck and make my life miserable, I might as well line my pockets in the process.
This feels like you could be talking about the Bengals as well. Like when you score over 40 points and you can't win a game, like that is really frustrating. And we heard the frustration for some of the players. When you are an offense that's doing all they can, and I'll say this, like it's not like the Commanders scored 40 points in that game either, but it is frustrating when the defense can't get any stops and it just feels like the offense is never even on the field. But we do need to talk about Sam Darnold because what a stretch it has been for a quarterback that was once passed over and labeled as, the guy who had mono in New York City. So now, if you count this season and last season, Sam Darnold's teams are combined 20-5. Last night, as I mentioned, he started the game a perfect 16 of 16 in the first half with 4 touchdown passes. So, Den, I understand a lot of this. You are saying the Commanders' defense is bad, but can we give some credit to Sam Darnold? He has been amazing in the regular season.
He looked great. I mean, he was poised. He was making great decisions. One of the things that always hampered him a little bit,
Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever.
He's like 28 years old. What is he, 25 years old? He's like young. He's very young. He's on his 5th NFL team, but he's seemingly getting better as his career progresses, where normally once a guy is on his 3rd NFL team as a former first-round pick, it's kind of over, right? Like, everyone's kind of done with you. Nobody sees a lot of value in you anymore. You're at best a backup quarterback, but Darnold is really breaking the mold, and they've had some injuries, and I think this plays a factor into what I'm about to say. They are championship level good. Defensively, there's no holes. Offensively, as long as Sam Darnold is playing the way that he's playing right now, they're going to be in positions to win. And they have Jackson Smith-Njigba, who, for my money right now, is the best wide receiver actively playing in the NFL. He has the numbers to back it up. I know Jamar Chase is awesome. I know Justin Jefferson is awesome. But Jackson Smith-Njigba is the best wide receiver in the NFL right now. He's literally unstoppable. Washington had 2 different guys guarding him for a majority of the game, and it still didn't matter.
Well, and the Seahawks defense is a top 5 scoring defense. So it is a complete team effort, and I still think people have reservations about giving Sam Darnold credit. But, at some point, we see narratives start to change. There was a narrative about Sam Darnold that he wasn't even a good regular season quarterback. So now maybe it's time to entertain the thought that maybe this season we got to get to break, but up next we have all kinds of things to talk about one of the best World Series I think I've ever watched in my lifetime. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
In 20 minutes, the crew hands out their MVPs from the weekend in sports here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Monday. It is November 3rd here on the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Denton Day, filling in for Jenks today. So Denton, to carry on the negative vibes of the show, I, for one, am very sad that baseball season is officially over. What a World Series we had. And you know, I'm a baseball gal, so like it hurts even more because like this is what I bet on throughout the week. And now I have to switch gears to basketball, which you know that I am not a huge fan of betting on basketball. It's not that I have, an issue against the NBA. It's just tougher to bet on. But there's I think 100 college basketball games. So let me ask you, does it clear some of the baseball sadness when you know that college basketball is on the horizon?
Yes and no. I wait, college basketball in particular, I wait until January before I really dive in because some of these teams, I got to figure out who's playing on these teams because I can maintain the transfer portal knowledge in college football, but you had college basketball in there and I only got so much. I know my head big. I only got so much bandwidth in this brain that's in this massive noggin on my shoulders. With the NBA though, I can get into it a little bit. You're telling me Hoops Messenger isn't ready to lock in?
Well, remember that was a sarcastic nickname. I am not quite ready to lock in just simply from this standpoint. Anytime you start a new sport, the sample size from which you can pull from is just smaller. No matter what sport it is, it's just tougher at the start of the season, especially for college basketball. Because you talk about how you don't know some of the transfers. I feel like most of the coaches don't even know the rotations yet. Like they're trying out new guys. And that used to be the case at Kentucky and some of the blue blood programs that had the one and dones, but now it's everywhere. So it's one of those things where the coaches themselves sometimes don't even know what to expect from these rosters. So why would I want to bet on it? I feel like the only angle there is that, okay, you take the volatile teams, maybe a team that doesn't have great preseason expectations, but you say, hey, they added some great guys. Maybe there's something to be had there, but it just feels like there is too much volatility in college hoops right now for me to want to bet on it.
It's so much. Yeah, there was a point in my life in the very early stages of gambling being legal in the state of Virginia where college basketball was far and away my biggest moneymaker because it was very easy to keep up. I was doing it every single day. But now that I don't do that, and that was kind of pre-transfer portal craziness, it's just so difficult. And you're right. When coaches don't know what they're doing, what am I going to be able to do? And why would I put my money on something, in the early stages where the coaches are still trying to figure it out? So I wait till January before I dive deep into college basketball.
Well, and there's more trends to pull from. There's more ammo for your arguments when you talk about your best bets, because I'm not somebody who's going to come on here and play on gut feeling. I will say in the later stages of a season, sometimes you can use the eye test, like in the World Series. A lot of that I wasn't pulling from stats that said, oh, the Dodgers are this on the road and the Blue Jays have these numbers at home, simply because it was one team versus another and you can't pull on regular season stats. And look at the Blue Jays and some of those, the players that had big World Series that kind of came out of nowhere. Ernie Clement is a 0-time All-Star. And now he has the record for most hits in a single postseason. So that's part of the reason why this World Series was just so amazing. And I understand a lot of people look at the World Series and they say, hey, the World Series itself was amazing, but I just wish the scriptwriters could have changed the ending. So let me ask you, Den. I feel like I was heartbroken for Blue Jays fans. And I'm not going to lie. I feel like the Blue Jays, although they are in Canada, were kind of America's team. Did you have your heart broken when the Blue Jays lost the World Series to the Dodgers?
No, because guess who after game one put a massive wager on the Dodgers to win the series? This guy. Toronto wins that game, and I think the series line coming into it was what? Minus 220 to plus 180. When Toronto won game one, I got the Dodgers minus 110 to win the series. And I'm like, I'm not getting a better price than this for the rest of the way. So I jumped on that one. I was probably the only person in the country that's not in Los Angeles that was like, please, Yamamoto, get Vladdy out. Get Springer out. Get Varsity. Get all of these guys out. I was the villain, but it was fun. I thought when Vladdy cracked the fly out, we can't see. Like in the stadium, I'm sure you had an idea, but on the television we can't see. When he cracked that fly out, just judging based off of the sound of the bat, I thought it was over. I was like, that's a great crack. Everyone in this stadium kind of does the. I thought he hit it out of the park. If anyone was gonna walk it off for Toronto, I wanted it to be Vladdy, and I thought he did it then. But when he didn't do it then, I was like, I don't know that they have enough to withstand this going further and further and further because the Dodgers are so good.
Right, but the Blue Jays were just as good. Like, that's the crazy part to me is that we have this narrative, and we have this narrative going into the World Series that I feel like it still needs to be pointed out. The Blue Jays were underdogs in every single game of the World Series, and it took extra innings of Game 7 for the Dodgers to close it out. So I understand now as we sit on a Monday, a lot of the sports radio talk is going to be, oh, is it dynasty talk for the Dodgers? I mean, maybe. But, like, it wasn't especially easy for them to win that World Series. Like, Dave Roberts didn't even say this in his press conference, and I thought it was kind of disrespectful. That he was like, well, we have a great team roster. I was like, dude, it took extra innings. It's not like you cakewalked to this World Series win. So I don't know what series he was watching, but it was one for the ages. Do you think it's an overreaction to say this is one of the best World Series we've had in our lifetimes?
No, not at all. I mean, they win a game. The only thing better, I feel like, than a Game 7 in any capacity is a Game 7 that either goes into overtime or extra innings, because then everyone is on the edge of their seat. And then on top of that, it takes place on a Saturday. On top of that, even more, there's a massive amount of people in the country that can't watch anything on ESPN. So even if they maybe weren't going to watch the World Series, they now have to watch the World Series because they're subscribed to YouTube TV and are not going to pay the $30 extra for the ESPN app. There were so many different factors that I thought played into this that elevated it. And then if you want to get even further up the mountain, you have this crazy performance by a pitcher in Yamamoto where he looks like he's not even a real human being. He's just an android. I mean, the idea, I don't know that regular people, like I never played baseball. That's the one sport I never really got into. I don't know that regular people can understand how crazy it is that he went 6 innings one day and then came back and did 2 2/3 literally the next day, 24 hours later.
Well, he's the first pitcher in World Series history to record 3 wins in a World Series since 2001 when Randy Johnson did it. That is elite company to do something that's really, really impressive, and to do it in 2 different ways where you start a game, you throw a complete game, which by itself is bananas. Then you start another game and you stave off elimination. You help your team win that game. And then you come in a relief role. That is showing so many different skills as a pitcher, and to do it all with everything on the line, that's exactly what you want from your World Series MVP.
It's so crazy, too, that they now have Yamamoto and Ohtani for years. Yeah, that's what I think what fuels this dynasty talk, is because those guys are locked up. Like, you don't need to go spend more money. They will spend more money. They'll find a way to spend more money this offseason. But you don't, like, Betts is locked up for forever. Freddie Freeman is locked up for a few more years. Ohtani is locked up for the rest of his career. And then Yamamoto likely isn't going to leave at any point either, because when that contract does come up, you'll just sign him to a longer contract, and it'll be fine. So you have this great core that's now together for, at the very worst, the next 3 years. That feels, borderline unfair. Like, they're already massive favorites for 2026, and don't be betting World Series futures for 2026 now, people. Just don't do that. We use that as a benchmark and a gauge. But I don't know how you're going to put together a roster that'll be able to best them for years to come. Because the crazy thing about this, Chelsea, is it felt like their pitching wasn't all that good for a majority of the year. Because they were so hurt. And they just got good at the right time.
Well, this is what I think we see from teams that are in that dynasty level of greatness, is that sometimes they sandbag during the regular season. Like the Golden State Warriors used to do this, where they're like, oh, we'll, scrape across, the regular season. But when the postseason comes around, everybody knows we are going to be a tough out. Same goes with the Kansas City Chiefs, where there's been years where they looked kind of mediocre. And then, the postseason rolls around and all of a sudden they're sitting in the Super Bowl. So I don't know if the Dodgers win the World Series next year, but like they've been in the postseason, it feels like, for like, what, 12 years in a row, something crazy like that. So I am going to be very shocked if it's a year where we see the Dodgers, like, not make the playoffs or, be an early exit. But as we saw, like, when we came into this season, everybody saw this roster and they said, who's beating this team? And yet we had one of the best World Series that we've seen in my lifetime. So baseball is a game that sometimes even the best teams can lose to lesser teams. But I don't even want to sit here and say that because it feels like the Blue Jays were not the lesser team. I understand that we have pegged it as a David and Goliath situation, but like there's big contracts on the Blue Jays as well. Vladdy Jr. making what, $500 million over his deal, and we had these otherworldly performances 1 through 9 in the lineup, like Ernie Clement, like I was talking about earlier, 0-time All-Star, who in the postseason now has the record for the most hits in a single postseason. So it's all these unlikely heroes. And in Game 7, I was thinking to myself, like, I was writing like the story that we would talk about. It was like Mad Max Scherzer, the old guy still got it, out pitching Ohtani. And it wasn't the case. But like, think of all the great storylines that we had for the Blue Jays this year. It just feels very cruel that we were built up this great story with Toronto only for them to lose like that.
They rip the rug right out from under you with these mean, nasty Dodgers. I mean, Vladdy, top to bottom in the postseason, I thought he was the best player. In every single series he showed up. He was mashing in every single series. So he was fantastic. Do you think that Max comes back? Because I know there was talk about that after the game where he was like, I want to keep playing. And it was like, my brother in Christ, you in your 40s now. Like you might need to scale it back just a little bit. It did feel like, and that's the unfortunate part of this for the Blue Jays, is it felt like they got a lot out of guys that next year will not be able to give that same output just because they're going to get older. Like, I can't imagine they're bringing, Scherzer back in that same capacity. Maybe he does pitch for them next year, but in that same capacity, like, I mean, he started a Game 7. Like, I don't know that next year he'll be in a position where he's starting a Game 7. That's what kind of makes this, I think, even more painful for the Blue Jays, is that I don't know that they'll be able to get those kind of performances from everybody next year. They're going to have to readjust the roster a little bit, and that's always hard after you have the success that you did this year.
Well, I do think they have some good building blocks from which to work. Like when you find something like Trey Savage and a 22-year-old that you can build your rotation around, that is a great thing. And I think the question mark that a lot of people have is that, are we going to see like great performances from some of these other guys further down the roster? Because like, of course, Vladdy Jr., like if he has another big year next year, we're not going to be shocked. Same with Bo Bichette, same with Dalton Varsho, and some of these other guys. But, when you see guys like Alejandro Kirk, who's literally shaped like a potato and signed for $7,000 for his first pro career out of Mexico, and you say, is this repeatable for him to have all these clutch hits? And it just doesn't feel the same as when you look at the Dodgers lineup, and it's just future Hall of Famer after future Hall of Famer. But I will say this. It's not like the Blue Jays captured lightning in a bottle simply in the postseason. They had more regular season wins than the Dodgers. Right. So I do think the Blue Jays can fully have a great season yet. Again, it just feels like the way that they were hitting this postseason, that almost feels like it's not going to be replicated. Because sometimes we see this in baseball. Teams get hot down the stretch. They have lightning in a bottle. And that's what it felt like the offense was for the Blue Jays. Because like you said, their rotation was not one of the best in baseball. Sure, they had some great performances. But if you look at like the names on that roster, it wasn't like a who's who of all these big contracts and like this raw talent. Like Louis Varland was pitching for like the Twins or somebody. It was like an average starter. And then he pitched in like every single game of the postseason for the Blue Jays out of the bullpen. So I hope the Blue Jays are back. But you as a Commanders fan can attest that sometimes you can make it very far and feel like, oh, next year it's going to be just as good. And sometimes things just don't work out.
Hell, me as a Nationals fan can attest. Boy, it's been a rough 6 years since that World Series. How much can we blame BBL Drizzy for this, the Drake curse? He shows up at Game 6, and they lose 2 in a row. He can't gamble to save his life. First of all, he's getting investigated and sued for his ability to gamble because the curse is so bad. The man's been on an insane losing streak. One is just, generally speaking, a liar. and it's hard when you prop up liars as your idols. But can BBL Drizzy get blamed for this loss for Toronto?
No. I mean, at the end of the day, you're still playing the Dodgers, who are the best lineup in baseball, who have a $321 million payroll. They have Ohtani, the sports-only unicorn. They have Yamamoto, who had an otherworldly pitching performance. So, yeah, you can blame it on Drake all you want, but I feel like the Dodgers do deserve some credit for winning this, and it wasn't Drake losing it, although I'm sure Blue Jays fans are just hoping to blame somebody right now. All right, coming up next, we crown our MVPs of the weekend as we play MVP Monday. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Thanks for choosing to start your day with us here at the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, and for Jenks. And in a few minutes, we'll get to our MVP of the weekend as we play Monday MVP. But before we get to those candidates, because it feels like kickers never get any credit, it's time to send some flowers towards Cam Little, making history yesterday by hitting an NFL record 68-yard field goal.
68 yards away. It's up there. It's out there. And it's good. It's good from 68.
All right, so if you remember, the Jaguars kicker also hit a 70-yard field goal in the preseason. So that was a little taste of what was to come. So it's one thing to do it in the preseason. It's another to make it in a game. And this was a close game, Denton. I wasn't following the Jags and Raiders too closely because I'm pretty sure the Bills and Chiefs were playing. And so Jags and Raiders did not make the cut for me. But I will say this got my attention. This was super exciting to watch the highlight because it's so visually jarring to see a guy lined up on the other side of the logo and make a field goal. It was damn impressive.
It's such a weapon to have at your disposal because literally as soon as you cross midfield, you're in field goal range. And I'm so happy for him because we talked about it when he had that 70-yarder in the preseason, but it's a preseason. Those stats don't count. They shouldn't count. So I'm thrilled that it didn't. It's not like he went now, 40 years before he could do something similar to that. He went like 4 months, and he was able to hit a 68-yarder, and that had more on it. Like they could have lined him up from 72, and he's probably still drilling that. It's just insane. It does remind me of my favorite ever kicking story, but a much more positive attempt at the kicking story. Do you know what the longest, off the top of your head, do you know what the longest ever attempted field goal was?
Was it Janikowski?
It was Janikowski I think it was definitely against your Titans. I don't know if it was in Nashville or not. When Lane Kiffin trotted Sebastian Janikowski out there from 76 yards as basically a middle finger to Al Davis. Like he wasn't just on the other side of midfield. Like the logo was very clearly in front of him. And Lane Kiffin, who was beefing with Al Davis, says, "Eff it, we're trotting Janikowski out there." Of course he missed because I think the record at the time was like 61. So he's going like 15 yards past the record. And it's like my favorite thing ever. You can barely find video of it, but the idea that Lane Kiffin was so mad at the owner. This is before Lane Kiffin got mature and started doing yoga, by the way. But the idea that he was so mad at the owner that he trots this kicker out for this impossible field goal is forever the funniest thing. But now Cam Little can actually do that sort of stuff, which is insane.
I don't know if the balls are different, but it does feel like this year we are seeing kickers attempt and make all of these long field goals that look like they still have some go in them. So maybe it's a little different from back then, but I do remember that because Janikowski, was it Steven? Something like that. Janikowski. Sebastian. It was like something that sounded European, but like he was badass. Like he was like one of the kickers that like people actually followed. And it's funny that you mentioned Lane Kiffin because I was just thinking this. Like now we stand where Lane Kiffin is this like prized possession and everybody wants to hire him. There was a moment where I feel like everybody's narrative on Lane Kiffin was that how does this guy keep getting jobs? Like his narrative was he was falling up. And it was simply because he was a Nepo baby where, his dad was in the industry and people were like, oh, he's young, he has the pedigree, whatever. We'll give him a job. And also people hated him. Like I live in Tennessee where people absolutely despise Lane Kiffin. So it's crazy how the narratives have changed when it comes to his legacy.
He was such a problem child for such a long time. He got that Raiders job at just an astoundingly young age to be coaching in the NFL, to where I think Janikowski was older than Lane Kiffin was and older by a pretty substantial amount. And then he gets that Tennessee job for a singular year, leaves to go to USC, gets fired on the tarmac of USC, goes to Alabama to work with Nick Saban as a part of the Nick Saban rehabilitation program, fights with Nick Saban, So it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. He leaves the rehab on bad terms with what is the rehab leader? The doctor, the warden? I don't know what it is. But he leaves the rehab facility on bad terms, goes to Florida Atlantic, has a pretty decent 2 years where he's like kind of quiet, just hanging out, partying on the beach, doing all those sorts of things. And now he's about to get $100 million from somebody. I don't know who, but somebody's going to pay that man $100 million. That's an insane glow up. He is. Someone called him the Robert Downey Jr. of college football, and that's pretty accurate.
Well, I feel like sometimes if you stick around long enough, like you'll get opportunities. Like we see this in like all walks of life. Like I know some people who I started off like where in the broadcasting, field where they weren't necessarily the best from the jump, but like they were always applying for jobs. They were taking whatever jobs they could find. And then all of a sudden you see them like at the highest rank where they're on network TV. And it's just sometimes it's hard to beat the person who does not give up. And I'm not saying that about Lane Kiffin because, people kept giving him jobs. But you get what I'm saying here is that, if you stick around long enough, maybe some good fortune will fall your way.
I'd be trying. That's my career goal. I'd be trying.
Maybe if we stick around long enough, we can make it to the mountaintop. All right, so speaking of the mountaintop, who had the peak of their career over the weekend? Let's crown a winner of Monday MVP.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
All right, so it should be no surprise to those of you who listen to the show who my MVP is going to be. I'm a baseball gal, and of course I give more, leverage to people who are pitching in the biggest games of the postseason. So how do I not give it to World Series MVP Yoshi Yamamoto?
Well, they're already doing it for me. It's time for the Willie Mays MVP trophy presented by Chevrolet. Yeah, that's it. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the MVP of the World Series. That's all yours.
It's wild to me that you look up and down this lineup for the Dodgers and you say there is going to be a pitcher who's going to have to bail out this offense. But that was the case during the World Series. This Dodgers lineup was pretty silent, at least comparatively to expectations. But it was Yoshi Yamamoto who propelled this team past, elimination in Game 6. He threw a complete game in one of these World Series matchups. And then he registered his third win of the World Series as a reliever, closing it out in extras for the Dodgers to win the World Series. He is now the first pitcher since 2001 to register 3 wins in a single World Series since Randy Johnson did it. So pretty elite company. So for me, it's an easy, nomination to give it to Yamamoto, my MVP Monday, and of course, MVP of the World Series. All right, Den, you're next. Looks like you're going to the NFL.
I'm going to the NFL. I'm going out west. I'm giving it to Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford.
Stafford looking for Adams in the end zone. He's got it. Touchdown. His second today.
I know people are going to be upset. No Josh Allen, Denton. Oh, I'm Josh Allen. I'm married to Haley Steinfeld. I'm 5-1 against Patrick Mahomes in the regular season. Like, save some wins for the rest of us, King. I'm going Matthew Stafford because while everybody was so transfixed on that Bills-Chiefs game, I thought Stafford has been very quiet in this process, Chelsea, but he's playing some of the best football of his career. They were awesome. And the Saints aren't a good football team, but they're beating down bad teams. And that's what you kind of expect from good teams to do. And we've seen it elsewhere in the conference where the Green Bay Packers are doing the opposite of that. But the Rams are a good team that's beating up on the bad teams, and then they're finding ways to come away with wins against the good teams. Stafford was awesome last night, 281 yards, 4 touchdowns. He played nearly flawless, and they're a really good team. There's a lot of teams that you can point to right now in the NFC. I think largely thanks to the fact that Philadelphia is not exceptional, but there's a bunch of different teams you can point to in the conference right now and say this team might be Super Bowl good, and the Rams are one of them.
Well, and it's funny to me that at the start of the season, people pointed to Matt Stafford and said, look at how old he is. Look at how injury prone he could be because he's getting up there in age, but he's toughed it out. He has played in a lot of games, and he has been just as good, it feels like, as he's ever been. So props to Matt Stafford. Feels like he's held together by Gorilla Glue, but somehow still getting the job done. All right, David, it feels like you usually go kind of in a different direction as all of us, and this week it feels like the case again. So tell us your candidate.
My nominee is the Pittsburgh Steelers defense.
Created opportunities for themselves. 5 Colts turnovers today. Yet here comes Indianapolis. Jones intercepted. Joey Porter Jr.
The Pittsburgh Steelers defense records 5 sacks on Daniel Jones, forced 3 fumbles, and intercept Jones 3 times for a total of 6 turnovers in their upset win over the Colts on Sunday on a team really that looked unbeatable for the first half of this season, and that offense was just trucking. So kudos to the Steelers defense.
That was a massive win, I thought, for the Steelers. Like, honestly, I didn't know if they had it in them. And, at some point we thought that the Colts would have, a stinker. Because everybody does. It doesn't mean that you are a bad team. But this is a Steelers defense that had something to prove. Because remember, this is not a low-paid unit. This is one of the highest-paid defenses in the league. So to see them have a good performance was certainly something that I'm sure that they were happy about. Den, were you surprised that the Colts lost to the Steelers?
Bad game, Chelsea? Or is Danny Turnovers back?
Oh,
is he rising from the ashes?
Come on,
he's
man.
5 turnovers, though. I mean, he looked like prime New York Daniel Jones. He looked. I was like, this is the guy that I watched in the Big Apple for a long, long time. I don't know. I still think Indianapolis is a good team, but this is the kind of performance that you're like, oh no, he's back. It's spooky season. Danny Turnovers is rising from the ashes.
Didn't we do this to Sam Darnold as well? It's like, yeah, you've had a great regular season. Like, you're in the contention for MVP.
Just
but
going
like
to the
one
next door is the Grim Reaper.
Game? Right? So, like, I know it's frustrating because, listen, if Josh Allen has this game, if Patrick Mahomes has this game, nobody cares. They're like, yeah, that was kind of embarrassing, but, like, they still get the credit. Daniel Jones, you still got to earn it in our book. Hour 2 is coming up next. We'll relive the weekend that was in college football and maybe talk about some of these upsets in the NFL next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Denton Day and for Jenks. And in a few minutes, we will get to some of the madness in college football over the weekend. Maybe some of our complaints with YouTube TV, because we know a lot of us are super mad about losing ESPN. And then at 7:20, we will get to Monday Night Football. Cardinals and Cowboys squaring off. We'll give you our best bets for that. But then now it feels like this is the real test of my strength. Because over the weekend, I said, you know what? I survived an entire weekend without ABC and ESPN, but now it's Monday night, and we have Monday Night Football, and your girl is very much an NFL girl.
Yeah.
So is this when I break? Is this when I say, okay, it's time to subscribe to something else? Because clearly there is not a resolution in sight for YouTube TV and ESPN.
No, there's not going to be a resolution. I mean, one of these sides could have been a real hero this week, Chelsea. And they could have given a free trial for this brand new spanking app that they were looking for everybody to get on. And instead, they're like, here's College Game Day for free, but you got to pay to watch all the games. You're like, oh, thank you. Wow, awesome. Hooray. Love that for us. This might be when you break. But so here's what I did. I got a day pass to Sling TV, and it was $4.99. And I did that route because I was like, well, I don't need Sling TV all the time. You know, I need it for work, for college football, because I actually have to watch these games. Like, I can't not watch these. It's part of my job. I should probably expense this. I might need to talk to somebody about that. But I did the day pass. So if it's worth, $4 or whatever, let's just say you have cash a big bet, maybe you could do the day pass to watch the Monday Night Football and then not have to worry about paying, because I think Sling TV is like $60 a month or something like that. Not worry about paying $60 a month to use it for what ends up being like 8 days. It's just more. It's a better financial decision to pay for it as you need it.
Well, here's the crazy part: is you were mentioning that Sling TV doesn't even have Fox. Like,
yeah, I couldn't watch the World Series, so I still was using YouTube TV to watch that.
Because here's the problem that we ran into is that we looked into changing providers, but YouTube TV has already billed us for this month. So, like, I feel like they knew this with the timing. So it's like, okay, you can go ahead and cancel, but, like, you are paying for this through November 30th. So if you change now, you will be paying for 2 providers. So
yeah.
I don't know where we go from here, but we already have the Disney Hulu, I think it's ESPN of some sort package. And I thought to myself, oh, great, we'll have ESPN programming. No. Like, you have to subscribe to 30 for 30. Else.
Yeah. You have like the ESPN Plus bundle. So where if you wanted to watch like late league soccer, you can watch that, and you can watch 30 for 30. I don't even know if they still make 30 for 30s on a regular basis. That was like a Bill Simmons thing. I think they've tried to distance themselves a little bit from that. So now, exactly, that's like what I ran into though. If there's an ESPN Plus and an ESPN Unlimited, can you just make one? Especially if you're going to charge $30 for one of them. Like, why would you even offer the other one?
Or they
Nobody
need a
loves
package
30
that's
for 30.
like just the games, maybe. Because here's the thing that makes me the maddest is that if this was ESPN at its peak, where everybody was watching SportsCenter, everybody was watching Around the Horn, everybody was watching E60, I wouldn't mind like paying extra because like I watch that channel all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't even watch ESPN programming. Like I watch the games, but I am not there for the Stephen A. Smith 4-hour extravaganza. And that's what makes me the maddest. I wouldn't mind paying extra if I love the channel, but right now it does not feel it's at its peak.
No, like I can't. I like shows, like I like NFL Live. I'm not paying, $30 a month to watch NFL Live. I like some of the basketball shows they do. I'm not paying for that. I'm good on any of the Stephen A. Smith stuff. You're not going to find me watching that. Pat McAfee posts all of his stuff on Twitter anyway, so I'll just do that. And he has the licensing with YouTube. So if I wanted to watch Pat McAfee, which I'm not a loyal listener all the time, I would just go to YouTube for that. I'm not going to pay for it. They don't have enough quality programming to make that price justifiable outside of the games. The games are kind of worth it to me. Like I love watching the games. But you know what also sucks? You know what I learned this weekend, Chelsea? Apparently, I guess a quad box is like this industry secret because YouTube TV is the only one that can do it. Sling can't do a quad box. Even if you pay the $30 for the ESPN thing, they can't do a quad box. I'm like, you're going to upcharge us all of these different things, and you can't even do a quad box? Hell, it took 2 years for YouTube TV to make us or allow us to create our own quad box. Can't win.
Why are we being punished? Like,
capitalism.
What did sports fans do to deserve this? I don't understand, because there have been like little things over the past where we've had these disputes between YouTube TV and like, who is it, like TBS, like right before, was it March
and CBS
Madness?
and Fox, and yeah, it's like every single year.
Right. And then the other thing is that, like, I love baseball, and it's wild to me that so many of these providers do not provide MLB Network, because it is so hard to find good baseball content. ESPN does not want to touch baseball with a 10-foot pole. They'll have somebody who, like, I don't know, barely follows baseball, and you can tell, and they'll read like 3 highlights from like the World Series. And you're like, come on, it's the World Series. We can't talk about it a little. They're like, no, it's time for Stephen A. to talk about the MVP case between Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and what LeBron is doing next.
I mean, they had football players breaking down the gambling scandal because they didn't have any investigative reporters on. You're like, come on, guys. If I'm going to pay money for this, like, at least make it quality.
Give us the best. Right. Stop laying off your best reporters. So I don't know what state we are in for journalism and for ESPN, but like, that's not what I want to spend $30 a month on one channel for. But maybe we'll be bullied into it. I don't know. But it makes me very, very sad. But we did have some good college football over the weekend. I know Jenks is probably thrilled that Texas is quietly reinserting itself back into the college football playoff conversation. Then is this a real possibility? They beat Vanderbilt over the weekend, 34-31.
Not only is it a real possibility, they're in the driver's seat. They can get into the college football playoff, and they don't really need any help. They just have to win. That's a lot easier said than done because they got Georgia coming up on the schedule. They got Texas A&M to close the year. Then they got Arkansas sandwiched between the two of them. So those are 3 big, really important games. But this entire season with a 12-team playoff in year number 2, I have always felt like they're going to get a 3-loss team in there, and it's going to be out of the SEC. Well, if Texas beats either Georgia or Texas A&M, they have the resume that stacks up to suggest, hey, we deserve to be that first 3-loss team. A win over a top 10 Vanderbilt team, a win already over a top 10 Oklahoma team at the time in the Red River rivalry, and then Georgia's going to be top 10 when they play them, potentially top 4. Texas A&M at current standing is top 3. We'll see what they are on Tuesday when the college football playoff rankings come out. But Texas A&M is top 3 unless they just completely get trampled over the next couple of weeks. They'll be a top 10 team. The door is very open. And it sounds crazy because we've kind of made Texas the meme of college football because Arch Manning was flexing on Sam Houston, and that was kind of really it. But he played well on Saturday. This was the best game I thought he'd played all season. Poised, made big-time throws, and that Texas defense is good. They're very much alive and well.
Well, it's crazy to me is that in college football, as long as you lose early in the season, you're not really punished for it as much, as long as there's not too many losses. Because we've seen this with, like, people are looking at the rankings and looking at Notre Dame and be like, what's their good wins this year? But they lost earlier in the season. And you could say that about Alabama. Remember when they were going viral for all of these like man on the street interviews where ladies were like, I'm going to win the lottery and then pay the buyout so we can fire Kalen DeBoer. How'd that turn out? Now Alabama, is still, one of the top teams in college football. So it's one of those things where I don't know if it's our own fault as members of the media for driving some of these narratives, or if it's just like people overreacting just because I still understand that each game is still extremely valuable when you talk about college football. But the stuff with Arch Manning, this is probably more of the realistic trajectory for a young quarterback as opposed to what we put on him and saying, oh, he's the favorite to win the Heisman because of what? How many games he had played? A few?
Like 3. Yeah.
And right, such a small sample size. And just because of his last name, they're like, well, there's no way this kid can fail. So it's one of those things where it is totally in the realm of possibility that Texas could get better each week. And if they're in the college football playoff and their best games are still ahead of them, it wouldn't be shocking to me, if they make a run. They have the talent.
This is the great part about the 12-team playoff, because in a 4-team playoff, their season's over. They lose to Ohio State, wrap it up. It's done. But you now incentivize teams to get better as the season progresses. And now you have a situation with Texas. If they get in, I don't know that a lot of people want to see them in the college football playoff as far as the opposition, because they're still an incredibly talented roster. Their defense is still incredibly fast, and they fly around the football. I know it was only a 3-point game, but that was a little bit of garbage time stuff with Diego Pavia scoring late into the fourth quarter, so it really wasn't as close as the score makes it out to be. This was a really quality win for Texas, and as you mentioned, if they continue to stack and get better and better and better, like God help us all if they beat Georgia. Georgia looked a lot more human this weekend against Florida than I certainly thought they would have. Didn't love the smart play from Gunnar Stockton there as someone that was laying the 7.5. I mean, great football IQ there, King, but Lord have mercy. Can I get one, please, of this weekend? It was a bad weekend for me. But if they get better, if they beat Georgia, the hype that has been just completely desolate for weeks is going to come right back to the forefront. And they're not going to be in the top 12 on Tuesday, but if they beat Georgia, they got a bye week, and then they play Georgia, so it'll be a couple weeks. But if they beat Georgia, they're going to be right back in that top 12, and then Georgia might fall out of the top 12 if they lose to Texas. Fascinating stuff. I love this sport. I mean, this is crack to me. I just inject it into my veins, smack it and let it go. Like, this is how anybody does not love this sport. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, even your team potentially also spoiling your boy, because I have a Georgia Tech playoff ticket. But NC State coming away with a huge win over Georgia Tech. They beat the mess out of the Yellow Jackets this weekend. It was awesome to watch.
Well, this is the frustrating part about being an NC State fan, because once a year it feels like we have a game where we play out of our minds and we beat a team that's like in the top 10. And this is how Dave Doran keeps his job, because people look at this game, they're like, whoa, look at that moment of glory. How can we, fire Doran and hire Brent Key if we were ever to get him, if we lose, if we beat them head to head? But it's just not a consistent thing, because NC State, you look at this game, you're like, wow, they're a good team. No, they've been getting smoked the past few weeks. So it's one of those things where NC State will have this great win, and then they'll come back and lose to somebody like Boston College. So I am still not buying into NC State as a good program, but that is just me, and I am a cynic about my own program. But back to Texas, looking at the schedule, the fact that Georgia game is on the road, that's really tough. I'm not looking at that game and be like, oh, Texas is going to win that game. Honestly, I feel like that's going to be a really tough game for them, just because how resilient Georgia is. They're a team that feels like they don't flinch in the fourth quarter. Maybe they don't cover the number. I don't know what the spread is in that game yet, but that's a tough one. I will say at least Texas gets Texas A&M at Texas, but this is not an easy end to the schedule. So if Texas gets in the college football playoff, they will definitely earn it.
Yes. I mean, that Georgia game, you're spot on. The thing that's impressed me the most about them is how many games they've trailed in the fourth quarter and how many times they've won. Because the Florida game is an example of this. The Ole Miss game is an example of this. The Tennessee game is an example of it. So not only are they doing this, but they're doing it against quality competition. It'd be one thing if you're playing the Citadel and you're trailing in the fourth quarter and we're like, whoa, what is happening here? But you're doing this against good quality SEC teams. I mean, they overcame the fired coaching bump with Florida. Now, I don't know. I need to talk to PJ Glasser about this. He's the master, the PhD in the fired coaching bump. I don't know how it works when you fire a coach and then have a bye. It does feel like the bump maybe comes down a little bit there, but they overcame the fired coaching bump. They took down Florida after they fired Billy Napier. So I think this Georgia team is really, really good. I think Stockton he's a lot better than I thought he was, but they're a team that with Kirby Smart coaching the way that he does, they're never out of games. And that is a terrifying, terrifying reality for a lot of teams in the SEC. So hopefully when Texas does play them, they take what kind of went sideways at the end of the game in the fourth quarter with his Vanderbilt win, and they can maximize on how do we not do that to Georgia or not allow Georgia an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, good luck with that, because it feels like Georgia is the most resilient team in college football. And so if it comes down to the final 2 minutes between Georgia and Texas, like, who's your money on? My
Georgia.
money would still be on Georgia, the team that feels like they have done it several times already this season. All right, coming up next here on the show, we'll continue talking some football, and this time it'll be Monday Night Football, our best bets in Cardinals and Cowboys after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back on a Monday, it's November 3rd here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day in for Jenks today, and I was thinking, coming out of the weekend, this has to be one of the toughest Mondays for people to come back from because it was Halloween weekend. And I feel like it's always tough coming from a holiday to back to the grind and the corporate headaches of working sometimes, that sometimes Monday can feel like a ton of bricks. I will say that we have a little bit of a softer pillow to land on since we do have Monday Night Football, and we'll get to our bets in a second. But Den, is it harder for you to lock in for work on Mondays when you have something fun over the weekend?
Definitely. Now, I don't celebrate Halloween the way that you do because I don't have children, but my wife and I did hand out candy. Here's the thing, though. We look kind of creepy, so follow me here. We live in an apartment, but the apartment is in a neighborhood filled with townhomes. And these townhomes in this part of the country are not cheap. So it's like some pretty high-end townhomes. But we wanted to hand out candy, right? I like handing out candy. My wife likes handing out candy. Worst case, like we'll be out there for like 45 minutes. It doesn't really matter. We just didn't know where to stand because they're not trick-or-treating in the apartment. They're trick-or-treating in the neighborhood. So we found what was there's like houses, a street, and then in the middle there's like a park bench, like a median, if you will, and then more houses. So we decided we're just gonna sit here right in this little median area, right in front of a bench. We'll have the bag of candy out, and we will just explain to parents as they walk by, "Hi, we have candy. We don't have a house here, but we have some candy." So we did that, but we got a lot of confused looks for the first 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, people kind of understood. They got what was going on. But the first 20 minutes, we got some weird looks from members of our community as we're just trying to be good citizens.
I can see where the confusion would set in because, if I'm a parent and you're like, hey, we don't live here, but we want to pass out candy. It's like, are these people homeless? It's like, maybe we should be giving them food. Do your SNAP benefits end this month? Should we be giving you some ramen noodles? But I understand where you would want to hand out candy. And I do feel like this is one thing I miss out on because we are out trick-or-treating. So we have to leave a bowl of candy on our front steps because I am taking my daughter trick-or-treating. And I kind of miss that. I like answering the door. I like seeing all the costumes. And it's just one of those social, community aspects that also has some nostalgia in it. Because nothing is in person anymore. Right. Do you get what I'm saying? It's oh, you have to watch everything through social media. It's nice to have normal social interactions with people that you normally don't see. And it just feels like there is such an easy way to do it on Halloween. For me, it was fun to walk around the neighborhood and see other people out. People who live in our neighborhood that I never see because people don't just stand in their yard. Some people do yard work, but it's just an easy way to get to know your neighbors, your community that I feel is kind of lost in this day and age.
A lot of K-pop demon hunters. I don't know what that means, but a lot of those costumes. Not a lot of Batman. I was really upset about that. I didn't see a single Batman. I told my wife before we walked out, I was like, if anyone is Batman and Robin, they're getting this entire bag. And I didn't see a Batman. I didn't see a Robin. I didn't see a Joker. A couple Spider-Man, Spider-Woman in there, Spider-Gwen, if you want to be technical. But a lot of K-pop demon hunters. I don't know what that is.
Well, it was, I think, probably the hottest movie on Netflix this past year. And it was really popular for kids. So it's these K-pop, I think it's a K-pop girl group that doubles as demon hunters. I have not seen it, but
like Hannah Montana?
The girls who are similar. But if Hannah Montana was slaying demons.
She went to school, right? That counts for something. No, I get that. I saw someone with a scythe, and I thought it was a hockey stick. I was like, why are they carrying the hockey stick the wrong way? My wife was like, no, it's from K-pop demon hunters. And I was like, okay.
See, I haven't seen it either, so I do feel a little out of the loop, but I can at least recognize it because so many people have the same costume. You're like, oh, it's the same one because she's got the purple hair. You know, they all have that purple like mohawk. So that was a very popular costume. But then you know what you should do? Next year, you dress up as Batman. And you be the hero that this city needs.
I need to, honestly. Next year, I think I will. I was going to be a dinosaur thing, but then I didn't have batteries for the inflatable. So I was going to be standing with a dinosaur lower half like I was riding a little dinosaur.
Dinosaur on Ozempic. There you go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Could have been. All right, let's get to Monday Night Football because we do have some bets that we want to lay out on the table. All right, so we have the Cardinals and the Cowboys squaring off in Dallas. Cowboys home favorites here. 3-point favorites, 3.5-point home favorites, depending on where you shop. A total of 54 in this one. And I think that's where I first started in this one. Because if you've been following the Cowboys, my goodness, have these totals been inflated. So here are the totals of their last 5 games for the Cowboys. 80, that 40-40 overtime tie against the Packers. 59, 57, 66, and 68. So I understand that 54 seems high, but it feels like they can't make these totals high enough when it comes to the Cowboys and their god-awful defense. Should be noted that we get Jacoby Brissett starting at quarterback for the Cardinals. Kyler Murray is officially listed as questionable. They said that he might have a role in some capacity, which makes me wonder if he's even hurt or if they're just like, hey, you haven't been very good. But let me ask you this. Do you trust Jacoby Brissett enough to play this total over? Or do you say, I don't know about that? But like, if there's ever a get right spot for any quarterback, it's going against this Cowboys defense.
I actually do. I like Jacoby Brissett. I think he is a perfect backup quarterback in the sense that you can get, I would say, 2 good games from him in a season. Maybe a little bit more, but like 2 really good games from him. So I do like Jacoby Brissett in this type of instance. And it's also worth pointing out, I think generally speaking, the public thinks, oh, well, you know, we don't see massive overs on primetime games, right? Because it's been so ingrained into our head that primetime, when the lights are brightest, the offense is more at a premium. Well, that 40-40 tie was on Sunday Night Football, which is telling us that Dallas can put up these sorts of numbers at 1 p.m., at 4 p.m., or at 8 p.m. at night on a Monday night game, on a Sunday night game. So I actually do like this over because I don't think that Arizona is particularly great on defense. They're 2-5. They've lost 5 in a row. So they're showing us that on a regular basis. And they're allowing teams to put up a lot of points on them. Green Bay, who just scored 13 points against the Panthers, hung 27 on them. The Colts hung 31 on them. Your Titans put 22 up on them. If the Titans can put up 22 on this Cardinal defense, how are they going to stop George Pickens and or CeeDee Lamb? Honestly, Chelsea, the hardest handicap of this game is which Cowboy receiver is going to be the one that blows the doors off of the defense. It feels like you're flipping a coin every single week and deciding between CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens.
Right. Well, George Pickens, it feels to me, has more of the like longest reception type catches, but CeeDee Lamb gets more of the target. So like I go with the guys that have the more targets and are more dependable and their floor feels higher. But honestly, with a total of 54, you could go with probably either. And they're all probably going to get their props. I think it's going to be a great game for props. And I think I wanted to mention this as well because I know you look at the Cowboys offense last week and you say, well, they only scored 24 points. That was probably one of the toughest matchups for a Cowboys offense that we'll see all season. Because we know the Broncos are one of the best scoring defenses in the league and one of the toughest secondaries. I know Pat Surtain has been out, but still, this is not a secondary that's easy to score on. So you go from that type of game, which still hit the over, to a game against the Cardinals, who will be a much softer matchup for this Cowboys offense that even going into that Broncos game, like my hypothesis was this Cowboys offense is good enough to at least backdoor cover this game in a teaser. Wasn't the case, but I do think the Cowboys can still score a bunch of points in this one. I know the people are probably clamoring for a side in this game, but when it comes to a total of 54 points and a spread that's sitting in a field goal, that's not a game that I want to pick. Like if the odds makers are saying, hey, this is a very tight field goal game, when it's going to be a back and forth type of possession game, I don't want to bet on that. It feels like a coin flip.
It does. I would say if you can find a decent price at Dallas 2.5, that would be something I would be intrigued with, because if it is going to be back and forth, at the very least, they have an automatic kicker in Brandon Aubrey. So I feel comfortable with him, but I would need to play that down. It's certainly not if it's 3.5. If it's 3.5, you put yourself in a world of trouble. So I need to play that down a little bit, which would then be giving up some money. Like I'd have to pay for those odds. But that would be the only way that I would pick a side in this one, because you're right. This is going to be I don't feel like it's going to be like a 21-20 kind of matchup here. If this total is set what it is and the line is as short as it is, there's going to be a whole lot of offense. So maybe you look into something with like Dallas 2.5 and then play that over in some sort of parlay. I'm looking at prop parlay. I'm a big prop guy. I think we've talked about this before. I'm a big prop guy. Because you brought up the potential of both CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens having great games. At BetMGM, I can get both guys to have over 75 yards receiving in a parlay at plus 250. I might have to be in on that one. Because you're right, it takes like 3 catches.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is for George Pickens is that the number is lower for George Pickens. So his line is set at 62.5. CeeDee Lamb is 82.5. But CeeDee Lamb, we know, has had multiple games over the century mark, and he always has the targets. Like, that's who I'm looking for. And if I might suggest another leg to your player prop parlay, maybe consider Trey McBride. Because I think a good handicapping angle for when you have a different starting quarterback is you see, who does this quarterback like throwing to? Because sometimes it can skew the stats. Because a lot of these numbers are based on season averages, but when you're talking about like only a 2-game sample size, for Jacoby Brissett, you say, okay, yeah, but he likes throwing to this guy. So maybe some of these stats will be skewed in a different direction. So he likes throwing to Trey McBride. We've seen it over the past 2 games. Trey McBride has had 13 and 11 targets, going for 74 and 72 yards. So you look at his number, it's 70.5. You could also do receptions, because that's the thing. Like, clearly he's only been hitting those numbers, like, barely. If the number was 70.5, he'd be getting it by, 1.5 yards and 2.5 yards. But if you do receptions, 6.5, it's a little juicy at minus 148. But I do think he's going to continue to be the guy. I understand he's a tight end, but the Cowboys are still giving up a ton of receiving yards. So it's one of those defenses that it feels like they are very susceptible to just about anything. I know schematically it can be a little different defending tight ends and defending receivers, but it's just the target share is there for me. So Trey McBride looks like another good piece. If you're looking for like some alt yards, I think he would be a good addition as well.
I wish we could alt line that reception line, because I would very gladly go in on like a 7.5 at a better number for us as the gambler. You look at Brissett in his last 2 games against the Colts and the Packers, he's thrown 80 times between those 2 games. So they're really dropping him back. They have a lot of issues Arizona does running the football, thanks largely to the fact that they're down a lot. So they're playing from behind and you're not running the ball late in games. So I wish we could get an alt line on that reception, because I would, even if I just put Trey McBride 6.5 receptions into that receiving parlay, it goes to plus 475. So maybe that's what I end up doing tonight. I got to keep my perfect record on the show, so this is very, very important for me. But I just wish I could get a better number, because I do feel like 6.5 feels like a good line. But I want more, because I want better odds than minus 150. I don't love it when books give us a prop like this where there's no alternate, but the number they're giving is super juicy. I don't love that.
Well, I got you, King. This is available at some other shops, and you can get 8+ for plus 120, 9+ for plus 204. So I know that's getting into the territory of like, okay, he's not CeeDee Lamb, but still, maybe if you're looking for some plus money on the card, that would be a good play if you don't want to lay the juice there. You could also do this for CeeDee Lamb. The fact that CeeDee Lamb is 8+ receptions for plus 148, that feels within the realm of possibility. Because here's the thing, like, everybody knows that CeeDee Lamb is coming. Like, that's kind of the sabotage factor I have for like Trey McBride, is that, okay, you have a couple good games, the defense can be like, hey, maybe we need to do something about Trey McBride. People do this with CeeDee Lamb, and he still has like massive games. So I feel like that number is very gettable for CeeDee Lamb, and the fact that he has had the target share with Dak Prescott. So anyway you slice it, I think he's a receptions guy, For George Pickens, I don't feel like that is the better of the two bets because, like I said, George Pickens is fully capable of hauling in like a 42-yard catch. So I think for Pickens, you go yards, but I think you could probably make a great case for CeeDee Lamb when it comes to catches.
Yeah, Pickens, I could very easily see 3 catches for 83 yards. And you're like, wow, that receptions prop is just torched, but that longest reception is there, especially since CeeDee Lamb has gotten back. Although he did catch 7 passes against the Denver Broncos.
That was also a super negative game script, which I don't know if it's going to be the case tonight, but I do think it's a back and forth affair. All right, coming up next, we saw some chaos in the NFL. I hope your Survivor picks were safe. Mine were not. We'll talk about it next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. We have a lot to talk about. Not just the weekend that was in the NFL, as we'll get to some of the biggest upsets, and of course, the big game between the Chiefs and the Bills, but some breaking news in the NFL, according to Adam Schefter. The Dolphins are trading edge rusher Jalen Phillips to the Eagles in exchange for a 2026 third-round pick. Howie Roseman has been on it over the past few weeks. He is now traded for Jair Alexander, Michael Carter, and now Jalen Phillips, who is a former first-round pick. So when you see this, I feel like this is the same feeling I got when the Patriots used to be at their peak. When they would trade for somebody, no matter how down in the dumps this player was, you said, oh, this team got fleeced, and this player is going to go to this team and be absolutely amazing. Denton, do you have this feeling about the Eagles right now?
Howie Roseman does it again. He's the only, it feels like he is playing chess and everybody's playing checkers with the trade deadline. I mean, he made this move at like 7:30 a.m. Who's awake in the NFL at 7:30 a.m.? Well, apparently Howie Roseman. He is immaculate with the way that he makes these sorts of decisions. I don't know if any of these players are going to be massively beneficial for Philadelphia in terms of them looking to repeat and win a Super Bowl, but it's not going to stun you if they are, will it? Like, let's just say we're months down the road here, divisional game. They got to have a big sack on a third down. And who is up? Jalen Phillips, the guy they traded for at the trade deadline. Maybe they need a big pass deflection. I'm not going to say interception because Jair Alexander's had a tough year, but a big pass deflection. Jair Alexander makes a big pass deflection. He's immaculate with his decision making. I don't know how they have so many picks at this point. Like, it feels like they're just operating at a level that's so far above everybody else. He is really, like, he needs to have an award named after him at this point, honestly.
Well, listen, like, he won the Super Bowl last year. So, like, it is coming to fruition. It's not like his trophy case is empty. But it just feels like one of those things where, to me, it's not good enough to be one of the best teams in the NFL. You have to keep adding pieces. And if you're not adding pieces and trying to actively get better with some of these in-season trades, you're going to be left for wanting, it feels like, in the postseason. So I do think the Eagles have done a great job of staying aggressive and looking for those players, no matter what. You can look at the roster and be like, well, we won a Super Bowl last year. Isn't that enough? No, it's not enough. I feel like in the NFL, you got to keep shuffling the deck and you got to keep looking for more.
And he's so good at that. I mean, so good at that. And the nice thing is that, like, they still have their core group of guys. So it's not like they're not moving anyone. Although a part of me has thought that maybe A.J. Brown, this will be his last year in Philadelphia because tensions are high. But they're not moving off of him now. So they have their core group of guys, and they're just using the draft to draft well. Like Cooper DeJean's been good. Quinyon Mitchell's been really good. But now they're using late-round picks or mid-round picks to supplement. Like, I don't know if you're going to get in the third round a better edge guy than Jalen Phillips. Like, I'm not guaranteed of that. So you give up a third-round pick for a guy that you feel like is going to help you now in your quest to repeat. It's brilliance. He truly is a master at work.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I've been on the other end of this. I remember very vividly when the Titans traded away A.J. Brown. And they all told us, oh, well, we have this guy named Treylon Burks, who is the next A.J. Brown. Narrator says this. Treylon Burks was not the next A.J. Brown. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's not even in the NFL right now. Maybe he's on the practice squad with you guys.
No, he got blown up on a block last night on a screenplay. Just completely torched. Didn't stand a chance. Didn't plant the legs, nothing.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, it would be one thing if the Titans had a great history of, like, turning these picks into something. But we don't draft well. So, like, let's not trade away homegrown superstars for these picks when we can't even do anything with them. So, like, I know that's a sidebar, but still, it's been very heartbreaking to watch A.J. Brown, hauling these big passes. And I understand some people look at, like, the quote-unquote diva behavior and they're like, well, this is why it didn't work out in Tennessee. We still needed him. Like, we didn't have anybody. Ryan Tannehill didn't have anybody to throw to after that. So we could have put up with it. And listen, if A.J., you want to read a book on the sideline, we'll get you 15 targets a game. We don't care. If you want to come back to Tennessee, welcome back, brother.
Yeah, here's $30 million. We'll get you a library card, and you'll get 15 catches a game. Have some fun.
Right? So we would be overjoyed to have him back, but it is not the case. And it's the Eagles who continue to make big moves. All right, over the weekend, the big game that I thought was Sunday Night Football, when I looked outside and it was pitch black, I was like, this is a great Sunday Night Football matchup. But instead, it was the 325 game, was the Chiefs and the Bills. And I'm not going to say that it necessarily lived up to the hype, because I did think that we would see more from Patrick Mahomes and company, but this game was close. Down the stretch, you thought the Chiefs might make a run at it, but instead it is the Bills who get the best of the Chiefs once again in the regular season. So, Den, was there anything that surprised you in this game? Like, I think for me it was the Bills' defense. Bills' defense looked all right. Like, my one question mark about the Bills was, okay, is this a championship level defense? I've never had questions about Josh Allen, but I thought the defense had some really good spots here.
I mean, Allen was locked in. You know, he was excellent in this one. But like 3 incompletions is crazy. I thought his efficiency with the level of disparity in, weapons on the outside, that was what was surprising to me, because you're right. This Bills defense played a Kansas City offense that had been decimating opponents fantastically. Since Rashee Rice got back, he's been really excellent. Obviously, we know what Travis Kelce is in these sorts of big moments, and you see these guys put up numbers. Hollywood Brown had 73 yards, although 40 of those came on that big play in the fourth quarter with Mahomes. But it felt like they had them in a blender. They being the Bills had the Chiefs in a blender for the entirety of the game. I thought this was, in a big-time matchup, this was as bad as we've seen Mahomes. 15 of 34, an interception, no touchdowns. He got thoroughly outplayed by Josh Allen. And the immediate pushback as well, it's the regular season, who cares? Look, we'll get to the playoffs when the playoffs come. But for what happened on Sunday, the Bills are a much better team than Kansas City is right now. They run the football substantially better. James Cook was awesome. They throw the football substantially better, despite the fact that they have, could you even name the top 3 Bills wide receivers without looking? I don't think most people could. Like, Keon Coleman's funny.
All tight ends.
It's all tight ends. Like, it's Dalton Kincaid and I think Dawson Knox. But that's who Josh Allen is throwing to, and you can't stop it. And for a Chiefs defense that has, over the past couple of years, been really good at stifling offenses, they didn't really have an answer for Buffalo. Now, I will say, I know Josh Allen was furious when that kick missed with 9 seconds left. I know he's sitting there on the sideline like, God, do not create another way for this dude to embarrass me. We've seen the 27 seconds where no timeouts, they just marched down the field, 27-31 or whatever it was. They just marched down the field. I know he's sitting there like, not again. Not again. Time, honestly, in like 30 years, because it was never fun when Brady was there. For the first time in like 30 years, this is a fun division in football again.
Oh, absolutely. And it's almost more fun because the bottom half is an absolute train wreck. So, like, it's entertaining from both angles, in my opinion. But what's wild to me about the Chiefs is that Patrick Mahomes can look like garbage for like a good portion of the game. And then they'll complete a 4th and 19. And you're like, okay, that's why the Chiefs stick around, because they have the ability to make some of these wild plays that even when Patrick Mahomes does not look his best, like, the Chiefs hang around. Like, they didn't play a good game, like you said, and this game was still, decided in the fourth quarter. So I think that's the scary part about the Chiefs, is that, like, last year, for most of the season, they didn't look like a great team either, but yet they ended up in the Super Bowl. So it's one of those things when it comes to the playoffs, when it is a 1-game sample size, this is the scary part about the Chiefs. They are able to win games even when they're not at their best.
I think Patrick Mahomes inadvertently just torpedoed any shot of the 4th and 15 onside kick thing, because that 4th and 17 was about as basic as it comes. Okay. He said, I'm going to take a 20-step drop. He literally just, he got the ball and he just ran straight backwards to give himself all the time in the world and give his receivers time to get open. So all this conversation about just eliminate the onside kick and give them 4th and 15s, when you have a guy that can do that on a 4th and 17, that's unfair. Because not everybody can do that, right? There's a very elite class of guys that can do that, but he may have just torpedoed that whole thing because that looked like easy to him. if I didn't know that was a 4th and 17, that's just like a routine play that he just did. And it was insane. And how did they lose Rashee Rice on that? Like, if there's one guy that I'm going to make sure I'm covering, it's Rashee Rice.
I will say it's very frustrating going from watching my Titans offense to these offenses where you're like, wow, we would never make a play like that in a million years. But correct me if I'm wrong, because I do think that I am looking at this through the perspective of somebody who had a bet on Patrick Mahomes to run the football more. He ran the ball once for 5 yards. I feel like Patrick Mahomes is a good runner, and there were times in this game where I feel like he should have just gone for it. And this is what has made him dangerous over his career, is that he is a dual threat. Do you think Patrick Mahomes should have ran the ball more, or is this just me being mad about my bet?
It might be you being mad about your bet. I think that was another real massive thing that the Bills did defensively. They completely eliminated that. They said, you're not going to run.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to beat us with your arm, which is crazy to be like, hey, beat us with your arm, Patrick Mahomes. Like, okay. But they did a really good job of playing stout defense and eliminating his legs and then making it really difficult with his arm because they can't run with anybody else. I mean, Kareem Hunt had an okay day, but they're just not committed to the run. And why would you be? You have the best quarterback of a generation. Like, I'm not giving the running back the ball 30 times, but they need to be better with the way that they pick and choose their spots to run. People are starting to realize that Mahomes is going to make some YOLO plays, and some of them are like really, really YOLO. It works a lot of the times, but there are also some times where it misses. And if it misses in big games, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Right, and if you can get some pressure on Patrick Mahomes as well, is that we will see him take some of those 20-step dropbacks, and they don't always convert. Like, sometimes he will go for negative 15 yards rushing in the Super Bowl. We've seen that before because I have bet on his rushing prop in the Super Bowl before, and I've watched him continually go for negative yards. That's not fun either. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show, and we'll start off with our biggest takeaways from Sunday Night Football. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it.
Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wake up, people. It's time to get your day going with us here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, and for Jenks today. And over the next hour, we will get to Sunday Night Football, the heartbreaker that Commanders fans are now feeling. Not just a loss, but a loss potentially of their star quarterback for the rest of the season. At 8:20 Eastern time, we will get to Monday Night Football, a total of 54 points between the Cardinals and the Cowboys. Does this mean we will be betting on a CVS receipt style amount of props? I think the answer might be yes. And then speaking of bets, our best bets come your way at 8:40 as we put our money where our mouth is. Special salute to our viewers on Stadium. We appreciate you. And as always, if you ever miss a segment, just search the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcast. So, Denton, I know you're a Commanders fan, and I know this might be a tough question to answer objectively, but I want to ask you, what is the bigger takeaway from last night's big win for the Seahawks as they beat the Commanders 38-14? Is it that the Seahawks are a real threat in the NFC, or is it for other teams in the NFC looking at the Commanders saying, thank God we probably won't be facing Jane Daniels in the postseason?
Well, they definitely won't be facing Jay Daniels in the postseason because I don't know that anyone will be facing him again. The Seahawks are legit. I mean, they are legit championship level good, and it really starts with their defense. They are a suffocating group. You know, they were doing they put up a graphic last night, and part of it was because Bobby Wagner plays on Washington, but talking about the Legion of Boom defense, that great defense in Seattle. And they were, in a sense, comparing what they have going on now to that group of guys. And is it a fair comparison? No, because that team won a championship, should have won 2 championships, but they threw at the 1-yard line rather than giving the ball to Marshawn Lynch. But that defense is legitimately good. And I do think as the season progresses, they're going to find themselves being more and more worthy of those comparisons to where we're going to get to the end of the year and not think it's obscene that they're being compared to what was the greatest defense of the last 15, 20 years. I mean, they tackle incredibly well. They can get pressure with 4 guys. God forbid if they send 5 guys. I mean, last night, statistically, Chelsea, was the most that Jane Daniels had ever been pressured in his career. They're just a madhouse sending dudes after him. And the thing is, Washington's wide receivers still couldn't get open because they're so good on the back end. So if you can get pressure on quarterbacks and cover the guys down the field, that is little perfection on defense. Every single defensive coordinator, every single team strives to get that kind of combination. It's very similar to what Philadelphia did in the championship game against Kansas City last year, where they didn't have to blitz to get pressure on Mahomes, and it allowed that defense to not have any real openings on the back end. They're that level of good. And then Sam Darnold just casually goes 16 for 16 to start the game. So the biggest takeaway is the defense, while the quarterback was then slicing and dicing as well. You know, I'm still not fully sold on Darnold being a world beater, but he's really good right now. And he's playing at a really, really high level. If they continue this as the season progresses, I don't know that there's a lot of teams in the NFC that have a higher ceiling than Seattle does.
Right, and the eye test matches the numbers for the defense because it's not just what you see, it's the stats that mirror it. As Seattle is now a top 5 scoring defense, allowing just 18 points per game. It's wild to me how much quarterbacks shape narratives for teams because I would love to see the numbers at the start of the season where if the Commanders had better odds to win the NFC than the Seahawks. Simply because I think, like you, a lot of people still have trouble believing in Sam Darnold. Like, what does he have to do? Over the last 2 seasons, his teams have gone a combined 20-5. 20-5. So I understand he had those slip-ups in the postseason, but he is a great quarterback, no matter how you slice it. Maybe he is not the level of Josh Allen and, Patrick Mahomes simply because of the accolades. But, at some point, narratives change. And I feel like we've seen that in the NFL this year, which I know Daniel Jones is not proving my point coming off of that game against the
Tough
Steelers.
week for him.
But, we've seen it with Baker Mayfield. We've seen it, with Sam Darnold, where guys who bounce around eventually, if they find the right scheme and the right team, and a lot of people looked at that last year and they say, well, it's because he has Justin Jefferson. It's because he's on the Vikings, because that team, has a lot of superstars around him. Now he went to the Seahawks, and he's putting up very similar numbers. So is it time to put some respect on Sam Darnold's name and say, this is a team that I could trust in the postseason? Because that's it for me. Is that the Seahawks were a good team, the Vikings were a good team last year. But it's fair to say, okay, this guy does not have good postseason numbers. He doesn't have much postseason experience at all. And say it would be, not out of the realm of possibility if he's not great in the postseason. But now he has a game where he struggled. Maybe he can be better this time around, because it does look like the Seahawks are going to be a playoff team. They stand at 6-2 right now and a very impressive 4-0 on the road. Mm-hmm. So would you trust Sam Darnold in the postseason, or do you still need to see more?
I mean, I still need to see more. I am always I need to see it before I am going to believe it in the postseason. But they're doing all of the things that they need to. They ran the ball well against Washington last night, which in fairness, everybody has run the ball well against Washington last night. But if that can become a trend for Seattle, they had struggled a little bit running the football entering last night. If that can become a trend, they're well-rounded on offense. It's funny because I remember hearing those things. I might have said some of those things last year about the Justin Jefferson thing, but God forbid you give a quarterback good wide receivers. I mean, Jackson Smith-Njigba right now is the best wide receiver in the NFL by a pretty significant margin. Statistically, eye test, he checks all the boxes. He's 52 yards short right now, Chelsea, of 1,000 yards through 8 games. He has 100 more yards than Jamar Chase, who has 100 more yards than the third place guy on this list. So the discrepancy between 1 and 3 in the list of receiving yards is Jackson Smith-Njigba with 948, and then Puka Nacua, who's third, who has 711 yards. That's a massive gap. Now, Nacua, has been dealing with some injuries, but regardless, that's a massive gap, and he's doing it knowing everyone, it's not a surprise. This isn't like a rookie that's burst onto the scene. Everybody is fully aware of who Jackson Smith-Njigba is, and they can't stop him. They traded DK Metcalf because they were so confident in JSN. And in his last 4 games, he's had 8 receptions in every single game, and he's had over 120 yards in every single game. He is unstoppable. The Commanders were doubling him last night, bracketing him with help over the top. They got a man on him. They got a man over the top, and it still didn't matter. I tweeted out yesterday, I was like, they literally can't stop Jackson Smith-Njigba. And somebody tweeted me back, tongue-in-cheek, but they said they should kidnap him. And I said, he'd still find a hole and get out and get open. It doesn't matter. You can't guard that man right now. It's insane to watch. It's a master at work.
Well, it also helps when your quarterback can get the ball to you as well. Because, the difference between him and Jamar Chase is that Jamar Chase has had some games where, Jake Browning has been throwing him the football. So, that's a little different. So, I think some of that is not Jamar Chase's fault. But let's talk about the Commanders for a second because, as I said, narratives are usually attached to quarterbacks. And I feel like maybe this is going to be a cop-out for the rest of the season for the Commanders. But it is not great news for Jayden Daniels so far. I know he's supposed to do more MRI testing today. But dislocated left elbow, at least that is what Adam Schefter is reporting. He fell on it very awkwardly in the last few minutes of this game in garbage time. So let me ask you, because I think this is going to be a big topic today. Do you think the Commanders were in the wrong for keeping him in the game?
It was coaching malpractice. Why on God's green earth, down 31 with under 8 minutes to play in the fourth quarter, is your starting quarterback out there? And then on top of that, why at that point in the game, at that point in the field where you're inside the 5, are you not running the football? They call a design drop back, and they don't block a blitzer coming off the edge, which forces Jayden Daniels to go outside. That guy ends up tackling him. And then I'm not a doctor, Chelsea, but I'm pretty self-aware enough to know that an elbow bends one way well. We can do this really well. When it bends the other way, it's now a problem. And I saw with all 4 of my eyes, it bent the other way. And immediately, I'm upstairs, you're doing a local show, screaming. This is about like how they kept him in that. They are now jeopardizing the future of the franchise because they wanted to make the game look just a little bit closer on the scoreboard. The game was over. You couldn't do anything offensively because there's not enough talent around him to do anything offensively. I don't think Cliff Kingsbury has been fantastic as of late. He's not designing ways for the wide receivers to get open. That puts a lot of pressure on Jaden Daniels when there's already a lot of pressure from the other team coming his direction. And then you leave him in there when it's 38-7 to have his arm get snapped in half. I mean, how many times, it's never good when you see this, but when you see a guy get assisted off of the field when it's an arm injury because he's in so much pain, he needs the help to walk. There's 3 dudes that are carrying him basically by his shoulders as he's walking off of the field to make sure, one, that the arm is stabilized, but to make sure that he's walking properly because I'm sure he's feeling a degree of adrenaline, but it's a brutal injury to have because your elbow just went the wrong way. I mean, just for a coaching staff that did everything right last year in Dan Quinn and the Commanders, it's very similar to what is going on in New England this year. New England is effectively last year's Commanders, where everything is going right for them. They got this new head coach. He's turning the culture around and all these different things. Lord have mercy, has it been a huge 180. I hate it. I want to unsubscribe from this package. The apathy that had been surrounding my fandom, Chelsea, for years is now seeping back in. You ever ride you amusement park rider at all? You do King's Dominion,
Not really.
Anything like that? There was a ride that they had called the Intimidator that was supposed to make you black out, and you could see the black coming in as you hit this twist at like, I don't know, it was like 300 miles an hour or something like that. I don't know what it was, but it was supposed to make you black out. I'm now blacking out. The apathy is taking over my body. I'm just going to be Mr. Negative for the rest of the season this year for the Commanders, and they did it while they were supposed to be honoring Art Monk. Can't win.
Well, and
Can't
in
win.
Beautiful uniforms as well. Like people are like,
I mean, how
this
good
is
are
a
those
travesty to this uniform combination. But my original point was that I understand, like, now Jaden Daniels is hurt, but like there were other problems other than just Jaden Daniels. Like, this defense is a problem.
Sucks.
You know, this
Terrible.
is an issue if you are a team that was intent on getting back to the NFC Championship game. And even looking back to last year, where you mentioned where everything went right with like the coaching decisions, a lot of those games were close games, you know, and they eked it out in the fourth quarter. So it's tough to repeat success like that. And then you have like the issues with the receivers where guys are either hurt or you just don't have that deep of a cupboard to work with, where I know that people will look at this season in retrospect and say, what were they supposed to do? Jaden Daniels was out. But this team had plenty of problems long before this.
Defense sucks. They can't guard anybody. They can't stop the run. Their linebackers are slow. Frankie Louvu, who was an All-Pro last year, is pretty much a non-factor. Bobby Wagner is just old, so he can't do much. All the defensive backs are not very good, and they keep getting injured. So even when they play, they'll put like 2 games together where they're like, hey, you know, the DBs aren't terrible, and then they twist an ankle, or like Marshawn Lattimore gets a knee injury on a pretty routine pass breakup. The defense is atrocious. They can't protect Jaden Daniels in the pass game. It's just an all-around. This is a bad football team that was being bandaged together by a really good quarterback. And the worst thing in this whole thing was that he was playing as well as he could have last night. He was playing as well as he could have, and it still did not matter. The team wasn't even remotely close because they don't have the depth at wide receiver. They didn't address the problem. They thought that Noah Brown, who has been routinely hurt in his NFL career, was going to be a guy. They thought that Terry McLaurin not practicing for the entire offseason was all of a sudden just going to be the exact same guy that he was in 2024. And their best option right now is Deebo Samuel, who has a career history of consistently getting hurt. And then you lose Luke McCaffrey on the first play, not of scrimmage, of the game on the kickoff. They had your man Treylon Burks out there. He joined the team literally on Saturday. I mean, Lord, the fan base was like, maybe Treylon Burks is going to be, he's the diamond in the rough this year for the Commanders. I'm tapping out. Like, I need to auto sim the rest of the year for the Commanders. It hurts my feelings. This is bullying. The Commanders are bullying me for the first time, well, really in a year, because 2025, they were very nice. But this is a toxic relationship, and I need to get out.
Welcome to negativity. I am already here with my Titans, so I know how it feels. I don't know how the euphoria feels of playing in an NFC Championship game last year, but I do know how it feels to suffer the other end. what's crazy to me is that if you look at the Commanders now, and it feels like, the NFC East at the start of the season, we said, okay, it's wide open. We never have back-to-back winners, but the Eagles are making all of these trades to make themselves even better. The Commanders look like they're pretty much done for the season. The Giants, I don't trust the Giants. And, who else? The Cowboys?
Yeah, the
Cowboys don't have a defense.
They don't have a defense.
So now I'm looking at the odds. I don't know how the Eagles aren't the favorites to win the NFC, but it's the Rams. I don't know. It feels like we're trending towards the Eagles ruling the roost in the NFC again. Plus 450, I don't know. Maybe worth a sprinkle. All right, coming up next, time to talk Monday Night Football. Cowboys, Cardinals, our best bets. Come your way next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We back on a Monday edition, which means we've got Monday Night Football tonight between the Cowboys and the Cardinals. And Den and I have been standing firm in this dispute between ESPN and YouTube TV. But now that Monday Night Football is on the docket, I might just crumble and say, okay, it's time to switch providers, and maybe I will do something because I don't want to miss Monday Night Football. But I'll say this, if you're trying to get me to subscribe to a new service because of Monday Night Football, Cowboys-Cardinals is probably not the most enticing matchup to draw people in.
Yeah, tough swing, especially with Kyler Murray not playing. You're like, hey, would you like to pay $30 a month for Dak Prescott versus Jacoby Brissett? And yeah, kind of, but also no. I would like maybe a more enticing matchup that I could spend my hard-earned U.S. currency on. Thank you, billion-dollar overlords. They're going to, unfortunately, we're going to break because I can't see any resolve coming between YouTube TV and ESPN. There's no incentive for ESPN to come to a conclusion or a deal with them. They just get to bill us, and what they're going to do, Chelsea, is what all these people are going to start doing. It's going to be $30 a month now, and then in a year, it's going to ratchet up to like $60. And you're like, well, this sucks. Now we're just trapped in this cycle.
I don't know if you're as degenerate as I was back in the day, but let me ask you this. Do you remember the streaming services that you could get on your browser that were like you could watch any sporting event, and it was called like VIPbox.tv?
Yeah,
and you had to close all of these ads. Do you remember this?
I may or may not have allegedly done that with a Washington Wizards game recently because YouTube TV does not cover the Washington Wizards. There's a deal. I can't watch my Washington Wizards, which are tough watch at times, or the Washington Capitals because YouTube TV and Monumental Sports couldn't come to a deal. And now Monday Night Football, NBA basketball, college football, and college basketball are also not on YouTube TV because they cannot come to a deal with ESPN. I'm not paying for YouTube TV. My brother is, and I am completely mooching off of his. But I'm standing up for my family. Why is my brother paying for this if I can't watch all of these things?
As a non-paying customer, you totally have a right to shake
I'm
your
furious.
finger and be very angry.
Very angry.
I remember doing this for like big fights. Like when it was, pay-per-view fights were like $99 because that's a lot. But like I still wanted to watch them. So if you know of any of these sites, because it's been like 10 years since I've done this, hit me up on Twitter or X at Chelsea Messenger. Let me know your degenerate web browser of choice to pirate watch some of these games. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but listen, I need to watch Monday Night Football.
It's tough in these streets. We gotta get by.
In this economy?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Come on, man.
It was always
Now
funny.
we're
So I
going
used
to
to
Applebee's.
I used to do that with fights too. And it was so like I watched a bunch of I used to be, I'm not anymore, but I used to be a Conor McGregor guy. So I'd watch a bunch of Conor McGregor fights on I always called it VIP box, but I guess VIP box is what it was called. I'd watch all these fights. And then I met a dude in college whose dad subscribed to like the UFC 365. So you could watch the fights the way they were designed to be watched. And it was like I had seen color for the first time ever. I mean, no lag, no ads about like erectile dysfunction popping up every 30 seconds. It was just clear cut fighting. And then Nate Diaz beat him. And it was awesome.
Well, the craziest part about like those pirate sites is that it's an active experience where you can't just set it up. Like you're constantly closing boxes and there's like decoy X's where if you don't click on the right one, it goes to like a pop-up. You're like, no, I clicked the wrong one. So it's not an easy, relaxing experience when you go that route. You certainly had to work for it, but those days, they might be coming back. All right, so speaking of Monday Night Football, let's get some plays on the slate as the Cowboys and the Cardinals square off. So line in this game, Cowboys home favorites by 3 points, 3.5, depending on where you shop, but a very high total of 54. So the first thing that caught my eye was this total. Honestly, I don't like betting on sides when the total is so high because odds makers are saying, hey, this is a field goal game. Feels like a coin flip to me. So, like, I don't think I'm going to be venturing into a side here. But Cowboys totals have been the way to go this year. One of the best over teams in football, 6-2 to the over this year. And here are the last 5 totals for Cowboys games: 80, 59, 57, 66, and 68. So I understand trends do not continually go up forever, but Den, do you think this is a trend that is sustainable for this Cowboys defense and this Cowboys offense?
Yes, I am call me a surfer, Chelsea, the way I'm riding the wave, and I'm going to ride that wave until it crashes. If you can't defend anybody, but you have this high-octane offense that Dallas does, I'm going to play the over. There's no incentive not to, and you have to ride with this until the wheels come off. Even though Jacoby Brissett is not Kyler Murray, I think Arizona will be able to put up points on this Dallas defense, and I don't think that Arizona can stop them because I don't know who can stop outside of Denver. Denver's like the one team that has enough defensive talent to be able to hang with Dallas and stop them, but not many teams can stop either CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens, and they certainly can't stop CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. You're really picking your poison of who's going to have the good game, who's not, and you're just hoping for wholly hoping for the best. So I don't know how they're going to stop this Dallas team. I mean, they're playing really, really well. Dak is having a great season. The wins aren't stacking up for the Cowboys, but the points certainly are, so I'm riding with the over.
Yeah, it feels like the perfect recipe for an over team because the defense is so bad. It's been a get-right spot for just about any quarterback. Like, you look at Jacoby Brissett, and maybe his numbers don't jump off the page, but, like, we've seen quarterbacks like Russell Wilson. Remember that game against the Cowboys? We're like, oh, Russell Wilson is back.
He's back.
He's going to be the starter for the whole season. Narrator reads this. He was not back, and Russell Wilson did not start for the rest of the season. In fact, it was a very short-lived tenure for Russell Wilson. So it's one of those defenses that's very susceptible. And then you look at this offense that even though last week they were pretty much shut down in a blowout against the Broncos, total of that game was still 68. So they still scored over 20 points. So for me, 54 still feels very gettable for both these offenses, and especially this Cowboys defense. So when we talk about a high total, usually that means a good game for props, and I do think that's going to be the case here. You could look at the top receivers for the Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb, his receiving prop is 81.5. You could do George Pickens, who has a lower number at 61.5. You could do Trey McBride for the Cardinals, because I think it is a solid angle to look at receivers or tight ends in Trey McBride's case when there is a change of quarterback, because especially backup quarterbacks, they have guys they like throwing to, and it has been Trey McBride over the past few weeks when it comes to Jacoby Brissett, and especially with the targets. Trey McBride is a good tight end, and I understand most of the numbers. If you look at the grid and you're like, who should I bet on in this game? The Cowboys give up a ton of receiving yards to receivers, so I understand defensively some schematic things are a little different, but still, you know, the target share is so much for Trey McBride. He's had 13 and 11 targets over the last 2 games when Jacoby Brissett has been quarterback, that it feels like he is going to be force-fed the ball. So you could play his receptions if you wanted to over 6.5. It's a little juicy at minus 148, or you could play yards at 70.5. But any way you slice it, I do think there are some great props in this game, and I do think the over is the play.
If you just look at market share, like we'll just do some quick math here. You know, Jacoby Brissett in the last 2 games against the Packers and Colts has thrown the ball 80 times. Over a fourth of those have been in the direction of Trey McBride. He's been targeted 24 times in those 2 games. So he is looking for him early. He is looking for him often. And if you are of the belief, which I am, that this is going to be a game where Arizona is going to be playing from behind, even if they're not playing from behind, they're not a great run team with no James Conner, you're going to get a lot of action for Trey McBride. The one caveat that I'm a little worried about is that maybe this is the week where Marvin Harrison Jr. finally explodes. It feels like he has been a non-factor is not a correct way of describing what his season has been, but it has been lackluster. For all of the hype that was him coming out of college, for all of the success that he had in his rookie season, he really hasn't done a lot. You know, we'd heard all these things about how he bulked up, and we saw him, and he's wearing these muscle tanks, and he looked like he bulked up. Like, congratulations, whatever weightlifting program he did, send it my way, bro. I could use it. But the success on the field and the results on the field for him personally have not followed with that storyline of him getting better so he could get physical at the point of attack, so he could work out of the breaks more effectively at the wide receiver position. So maybe this is the first game where Marvin Harrison Jr. has a really strong performance, but I'm not putting my money on that. I feel like Trey McBride, if you're going to bet anything on Arizona from a prop perspective on offense, it feels like he is the direction that you should be going in, especially as you mentioned with Jacoby Brissett.
Well, he feels like the blue chip stock, like the guy that has the most logical ammo if you are having a discussion and a conversation about who you're going to bet on. Like maybe it's somebody else, but according to like the numbers in front of us, he looks like the guy. I wanted to ask you this for people who want to make a bet on this game. Do you go with CeeDee Lamb or do you go with George Pickens or do you go with both?
I might go with both. You know, I have a very important decision coming up here at the end of the show. Your boy's a perfect 3-0 on the daily tip. And I'd like to keep that. I'd like to keep the 0 attached to that number here. So I need a winner. I'm looking at both because I think that Dallas is going to throw a ton because they want to throw with Dak Prescott, and that's their offense is better when they are throwing the football. It really just becomes a question of what props do I like regarding those two wide receivers. I could just be like super crazy, try to make a lot of money, and put both of them, Chelsea, to go over 100 yards. If I put a parlay together where CeeDee Lamb goes over 100 yards and George Pickens goes over 100 yards, that pays plus 900. Now, is that realistic? No, it's not. That's not like that's not a smart play, Denton. Don't do that. It's enticing, but it's not realistic. If I take the approach at the alt line with BetMGM and go 75 plus, I get CeeDee Lamb. That number's moved a little bit for CeeDee Lamb, but I get a plus 240. And that's one, it's a more stomachable number, because the difference between 75 yards and 100 yards that's a pretty staunch difference, right? And even if like George Pickens has 89 yards, that's still a really good game for George Pickens. But 75 plus yards for both of them, knowing that CeeDee Lamb is going to get a ton of targets and George Pickens has become the deep threat, at plus 250, I feel pretty good about that.
Or you just play alt lines on both of them. Speaking of stomachable, I'm pretty sure that's how people describe my cooking. I don't think I've ever heard that word before, but I will tell my husband, like, listen, we have a new adjective to describe some of my food. But back to this game, I think that the best case for George Pickens is that you get a lower number on him, and he's been putting up the same numbers basically as CeeDee Lamb, but on fewer targets. So from a betting standpoint, like I like to go with the target share gods just because it feels like their floor is always higher because they're going to get the opportunities. But with George Pickens, he has had some of these long receptions where he can get close to this number in one fell swoop. So he's had a 40-plus yard catch in 3 of the last 4 games. And his receiving prop tonight is, okay, it's gone up a yard, 62.5. So for CeeDee Lamb, granted, he has a higher floor, but his number is 20 yards higher. So does this change the math for you? Would you say, okay, you go with George Pickens because the number's lower and his last 4 games have been 78, 82, 168, 57, and 134? Or do you go with CeeDee Lamb, who has had more targets and similar numbers, but you're paying a higher price for him?
Yeah, that higher price is tough, but I think I would lean CeeDee Lamb still. I think ever since he's been back, Dak Prescott, he loved George Pickens when CeeDee Lamb wasn't here. But now the main chick's back. Like everybody loves the side chick, the main chick's back. And you're going to look in the direction of not just the best player on offense on the team, but I would argue if we're doing just rankings, the third best wide receiver in the NFL. If Jamar Chase is 1, if Justin Jefferson is 2, I'm putting CeeDee Lamb at 3, maybe a conversation between him, A.J. Brown, and now Jackson Smith and Jigba for how you want to, round out that top 5. But at the very worst, he's a top 5 wide receiver. I'd put him at 3. You're naturally going to go in the direction of that because no matter what Arizona is going to do, they're not going to be able to stop him. So I would take the CeeDee Lamb bet there.
Well, and it does feel like they have more of a history together. To where Dak and CeeDee have been in Dallas for quite some time. They're boys. And plus, if things are tough and you need to get a first down, like CeeDee Lamb's probably going to be your guy that you go to because he has been the perennial superstar, even in years in which the Cowboys have been terrible. Like even when Cooper Rush was their quarterback, CeeDee Lamb was still putting up good numbers.
Yeah.
So I think CeeDee Lamb, like you said, has the higher floor in this situation. Or another way to play it, if you think he's going to get all these targets, you could do receptions because sometimes CeeDee Lamb is not the deep ball threat, even though like he has so many catches. I think any way you slice it, you probably get a winner here. But the reception set at 6.5. I feel like this line has gone down. I don't know if this is – no, we were talking about Trey McBride earlier. So 6.5 catches for CeeDee Lamb is minus 123. If you're interested, I feel like that is a very solid play. For him to have 7 catches, I think it's a play worth playing. That or anytime touchdowns tonight. It is a high total. I think we see a lot of points and a great game for some player prop parlays. All right, coming up next, best bets come your way. What will we actually be betting on? That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Time to land the plane here on the Daily Tip. It's the final segment. But never fear, if you just tuned in and you're saying, I missed the whole show. Well, not so fast, my friend. You can always search the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcasts and tune into everything we talked about today, including our takeaways from Sunday Night Football, our takeaways from the World Series. Are the Dodgers going to just win the World Series every single year from here on out? I don't think so, but people are certainly making that case. All on our podcast if you want to download it. Denton Day filling in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we will get to our best bets of the entire day. So as I'm perusing my options for best bets, didn't you ever do this where you don't want to tie too much to one play or one game, and you say, hey, I probably need to limit my exposure? Like, this is something that I didn't think about until I started betting, where I'm like, I really like this game. I've got 4 bets in this game. I've got a side, I've got a total, I've got a player prop. Like, what happens if things go sideways? I think for me, that's when I say, okay, if I have a hypothesis in this game, we are going to limit it to maybe 1 or 2 plays, or you split a unit. And I understand we don't track units on the show, but like if you're actually betting and tracking, that is one way to do it. But it's all these like in the weed things that you don't really realize until you start betting. You're like, this is a real factor. I don't know why nobody told me about this.
You gotta spread the wealth a little bit. You don't want to have all your eggs in one basket, because then a twisted ankle just leaves you screwed. And we're not mafia members. We don't have inside information on when guys are going to do that sort of thing. So we need to use our best practices to get as many opportunities to win as possible. That's actually the reason why I'm not going to give my bet away coming up here, but why I didn't link another leg into a potential alleged parlay that's coming up here. I was like, maybe I just need to keep it simple, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. So that was my approach with this, but I've done what you have described in the past. It was way worse. It was at the early stages of my betting career where I was parlaying everything. Terrible, terrible era of Denton Day, by the way. But I was betting everything, and I had a group of parlays on a weekend that had the same team tied into every single one of them. And that team lost. And they cost me a whopping $15. But they really robbed more than that, because the payout would have been significantly more. I didn't eat lunch that day because of that team.
I'm so sorry for the adversity that you are going through. But I feel like a mom that's like, talking to like her teenager that's like, please don't drink, but if you're going to, can you at least be safe and like call a ride? Because if you're gonna parlay things, like at least do it the right way. Because like we all know that parlays are not like, a positive EV bet, but they are fun. But my advice would be make sure they correlate and don't try to thread the needle too much. Because I used to love doing like spreads and totals in the same bet. You're like, oh, the Cowboys are gonna win this game. It's gonna be an over. But sometimes at the end of games, you will be rooting for opposite things to happen. And either way you slice it, you're going to lose, because you're like, okay, I need the Cowboys to, score again to cover this number, or I need whatever. And sometimes they just don't correlate. So if you're going to do a same game parlay, make sure all of the legs correlate. Say you do the Cowboys, you do like CeeDee Lamb. I guess you could do an over, but it's just, you get what I'm saying with the totals and the spreads. Sometimes it's trickier than it sounds.
You got to be smart about that. You got to use that brain upstairs. I've learned.
Sometimes.
I don't know if I've told you, I went on a bad stretch at one point with the parlays that led me betting to some sports that were not football or basketball or baseball or hockey or soccer, and I lost. And I was like, I need to put the app away for 2 weeks. Don't bet badminton. It doesn't go well.
Badminton. I don't even think I know like what the devices are used. Is that the one with, is it called a birdie? Like
it's the shuttlecock.
Oh, I was way off. But it's like the one that has like a little knob, and then it's like a
and it has the wings.
Like web thing?
Yeah. Yeah. I barely knew that either, by the way, and I still bet on it. So like, be safe out there, kids.
Yeah, my advice is if you don't know the instruments involved in a sport, you probably shouldn't be betting on said sport. So with all that being said, time now for best bets of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, then. The time is now, brother. Time to defend that spotless record. Den in his career, betting on the Daily Tip, is a sparkling 3-0. I will knock on wood because I am a superstitious person and we want to be humble in front of the gambling gods. But what is the follow-up to your, best day ever, it feels like, on the show betting? Now you got to do it again. So what's your best bet of the day?
So, Chelsea, I don't know if you know this about me, but I do dabble in the works of philosophy. So to quote a very famous philosopher, I am not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. Michael Scott, Den Day. So I got to be careful here. I got to be really careful here, but I'm going to put together a parlay, which I don't normally do, but you talked me into this one. You talked me into this one. I'm going to put Trey McBride over 6.5 receptions, and I'm going to parlay that with CeeDee Lamb over 6.5 receptions. I have been dabbling between a couple of different plays that I wanted to make. I knew that I wanted CeeDee Lamb in this in some capacity. It was just a question of what capacity do I want him in. And while that is a little juicy, if you just take 6.5 receptions for CeeDee Lamb as a solo bet, it's about minus 135, minus 140, which is usually as high up as I want to go on solo bets. But because that Trey McBride receptions number was not more profitable to me, that's minus 150 at BetMGM for 6.5, and I can't alt line that. In a perfect world, I would just love a straight bet of Trey McBride over 7.5 at maybe minus 115, maybe plus 105, something like that. But because they're not offering that, I decided to parlay, and I feel pretty comfortable about this one. I think both quarterbacks love these two targets. We've seen the numbers with Trey McBride. He's getting targeted a fourth of the time that Jacoby Brissett drops back to pass, and then we know the history with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, and then you take into consideration that this is a big primetime game, and CeeDee Lamb's a primetime player, and primetime players make big-time plays on primetime games. So he'll get a lot of opportunities. This plays out at plus 160, so I feel pretty confident about it.
I like how we just talked about maybe don't do parlays, and then you follow it up by using a parlay. So,
I mean, I'm like a great quarterback, short-term memory. Just what's in the past is in the past. You got to move on, keep this train rolling.
Well, here's the thing. Like, they can both, they are not going against each other. So, in the aspect of, they could obviously both hit. So I like both of them. I honestly considered playing Trey McBride as well, but my only sabotage factor is sometimes you see trends and it's hard to keep them going. And, he has been barely hitting his receiving yards prop. I don't know. And the 6.5, it's a little too juicy for me at minus 148. So I'm going to leave it off. So best bet of the day for me is going to be on CeeDee Lamb. He feels like Mr. Dependable in this offense. And even against a really tough secondary in the Denver Broncos last week, had 7 catches on 10 targets for 74 yards. So the number tonight is 82.5. I think he can go over this. And we have seen him go way over this in most games in which he's healthy. So he had 110 against Washington, 112 against the Giants, 110 against the Eagles. And the main thing for me is that he's had double-digit targets in 3 of the 4 games he's played. He has a long history with Dak Prescott. This is a game that the Cowboys know they could probably win. It's indoors, should be great conditions. I know the Cardinals on paper do not give up the most yards to opposing receivers, but still, this is a good offense. Dak Prescott is gonna feed CeeDee Lamb. So we'll go over CeeDee Lamb for my best bet of the night. All right, so a couple minutes left here. Den, is anything else going to be on the card, or is it one and done?
So I was looking at a couple of basketball games. We didn't talk a lot about the NBA games today because there was so much football over the weekend. And, as a part of my 3-0 record here on the Daily Tip, it was fading the Wizards because they were 3-point favorites, or 3-point underdogs, rather, against the 76ers the last time that I was making picks on the show. So I was like, well, let's go back to the well here, Denton. Let's see what I can gather with the Wizards and get a little bit of a happiness hedge here. And then I pull up the Wizards, and they're 12.5-point favorites, or 12.5-point underdogs, rather, against the Knicks. And a 3-point line I can lay, a 12.5-point line is a little extreme. And I got a little scared. I backed away. I was like, you're not going to see no hoops day today. Not happening.
Well, you could have gone college hoops. As I'm looking, there are games going on right now. Queens and Winthrop have already tipped off in college basketball. So if you do like college basketball, I will say this, I am not betting on it simply because I need more of a sample size. Most of these teams haven't even figured out their rotations yet. So, like, I'm going to sit back and watch a few games first. But there's
Where's
over
that game being
100
played?
college. I don't know. I just looked at it.
How are they playing? It's 8:50 in the morning. Where are they?
I guess they don't have school today. Like, that's what I always think about. I'm like, doesn't the NCAA always say to us, they're student athletes? Don't call them college athletes. They are students first. And you're like, are they really?
Yeah, they ain't students right now playing at 8:30.
Right.
You know what I'm realizing? I believe that Queens University Royals is that. I don't know if that's an American school. Is that an American school?
No, it's North Carolina. It's in Charlotte.
Oh, really? Oh, that's an A-Sun team.
It's the Queen's City is Charlotte. I know a lot of people think of Cincinnati. There are 2 Queen cities in the United States. Does Baltimore? I feel like there's another city that like calls itself the Queen City too. I could be mistaken. But my point being is that if you want to bet on college basketball today, be my guest. But I got to look up some of these teams because eventually I do want to get into college hoops because I do love betting on Belmont basketball. I bet a lot on Furman last year. Some of these teams that are like the smaller schools, that's where it's at. Because I understand people want to bet on like Duke and Kansas, but those lines are usually very sharp. So sometimes people don't really pay attention to Belmont, and that's what your girl's betting on.
I would have a better chance, I think, of betting on like local high school basketball right now than I would college. I'm so far behind the loop here. Like, I'm sure that Florida and Arizona tonight is going to be an awesome headbanger of a matchup. I don't know nearly enough about these programs to be able to confidently throw a wager down on them.
Well, the thing is there's so much turnover that it could be a completely different starting 5. So, like, you're not the only one, is that we're all kind of scrambling. But I will say this for college basketball, is they do a great job of peppering in great matchups throughout the season where we don't have to wait, 2 months into the season for a great game. Like sometimes we have to do with these college football matchups or the NBA for meaningful basketball. So I do love college hoops in that regard. We're out of time for this edition of the Daily Tip. For me, for Dave, for the whole crew, have a great Monday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
By the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats.
We'll see. Going up against Brissett and the Arizona Cardinals. That was a disaster for me, for yours truly. Some of it entertaining. There were some exciting finishes, last-second field goals as time was expiring. The Bears-Bengals game was just outright stupid, what ended up happening in the game. But a lot of times, Sam, there are weeks where you're missing it all, and damn it, I missed it all. I don't know how you did, but I had an awful weekend, and I'm really just mad at myself. Because I did have like a couple things that happened this weekend that ended up saving my weekend, which was good in the end. One of them being the Dodgers, of course. But I kind of veered away from what we do week in, week out. You could blame whatever you want. And, we all have excuses in life. But in the end, I was getting away from what the normal way that I attack games. And then, after all these favorites hit, this dummy's like, yeah, I think it's going to happen again. All these favorites are going to hit when, I typically do not bet in that way. So I paid the piper, certainly on NFL sides. The weekend was fine overall, but I could not pick a winner to save my life.
It's getting tougher and tougher to bet the NFL. I'll be completely honest with you. And I made two bets with my own money yesterday, Buffalo and the Raiders. And there was a chance. I actually took a picture with my phone. I was watching the triple box at that time. The Rams game was just ending. The Bills-Chiefs game was on the other TV. And then the third box was Raiders and Jaguars. And I thought to myself, I am in control of both of these games. And there's a chance that I could lose not one, but both. Mm-hmm. Because at that time, Buffalo, with a 7-point lead and 28 seconds left to go, decides to kick a field goal for no reason. All you do is punt the ball, get Kansas City inside the 10 with 21 seconds, and make them go 90 yards with no timeouts. But you could see it coming. You could see the miss coming, and then let's give Mahomes the ball at the 35 or the 40 and have a chance to actually throw the ball into the end zone. I saw it coming, and the fact that it was that close was ridiculous. And then the Raiders are in overtime and allow Jacksonville to go right down the field and take up 7 of the 10 minutes in overtime, and then they score the touchdown. And I'm like, Jesus, man, I have a dog +3.
it goes to overtime, which means it's the right side, but I'm going to lose that one and end up winning both. But the league is just a sweat. Most of these games come down to the final 5 minutes, and you literally close your eyes and flip a coin. And I was looking, I told Paul this about 10 minutes ago when we were logged on here. The Chicago Media Contest, which has, I believe, 20 people?
Don't bring it up.
I'm not going to bring up anybody specifically, but that media contest with 20 entries, Dan Aspen, Paul's brother, goes 4-1. Joey Romano and I go 3-2, and then everybody else had either 2, 1, or 0.
Yeah, I'm a 0.
5 games. People are just getting smoked in the NFL right now, and it's very hard for me to get excited to bet a lot of money on an NFL game. And we do a gambling show for another 7 weeks. Like, this sport is stupid. It's stupid to gamble on. It really is.
One of my losses, so one that I was like, okay, thing just went against me in that one, Houston. As far as the yardage in the game, it's about even. My starting quarterback goes down.
Yeah, he gets hurt.
What are you going to do?
I had Houston.
Yeah. Early in the game, the quarterback goes down. Oh, okay. 0-3 in the red zone. Like, that's on them. I don't know. What do you do with that? And you don't score a touchdown against probably the best defense without their best defensive player. Because why? Because Davis Mills is your quarterback. And then there were some that was just like, that was a dumb look. How many times? And we kept talking about it. And we talked about the other side too. How many times did we say, what are we missing with the Colts? We missed it all, man. We've bet that Pittsburgh spot 1,000,000 times over the years. 1,000,000 times. And then we just decided to back away. The second you back away after you play something time and time again, you know it's going to hit. And it ends up hitting. I don't know what JJ McCarthy is. Like, people are going to look at that result and say, see, he's not bad. He's fine. He was good early. Look at the numbers. After early on in that game, what did he really do in that game? Did he even throw for 175 yards? I don't think so. And this league's just filled with so many stupid results. The Packers outgained Carolina by over 100 yards. And they lose the game outright at home. They don't get into the end zone until the very end of the game. They've won now, Carolina, 4 games in a row with Bryce Young when he's playing. But Bryce Young only had 102 yards yesterday, and he wins the game at Lambeau. Like, what the hell is happening in this league? You're right. It's just flip a freaking coin, man. I don't know what's going to happen. It's probably going to come down to the very end. And then, like that Bears game, we heard a highlight coming in. We'll talk about that. It's 41-17. 27 Bears with 2:42 left. Paul Brown Stadium's like empty. Nobody's there. All the Bengals fans left. And then all of a sudden, the Bengals take the lead in the very end. And then this dumbass defense, you can't tackle anybody. Let's Loveland go for 58 yards. Just go keep on rumbling. We're just going to bounce off of you like it's Madden. It's crazy stuff that was happening in this league yesterday, man.
I was on the phone actually with my mom during the end of Bears-Bengals. And she's like, what are the Bears doing? I'm like, oh, it's over. They're up 14. By the time the phone call was over, I flipped that game off. So then I went back to the quad box and the Bears are losing. And I'm like, wait a minute. I obviously wasn't paying that much attention. I'm on the phone and we're talking about my parents are coming to town next week and everything. We're figuring all that out. And I didn't even think it was possible that the Bears could be trailing in a game where they're up with 2 minutes to go. What was it? 2 touchdowns in 55 seconds or something like that? It
was insane.
Just a bad defense. And it really speaks volumes about how bad the Bengals defense is. But if I'm a Bears fan, like, nice win, but good Lord. Like, the defense is horrible. Joe Flacco is just throwing all over you. Joe Flacco had over 400 passing yards and 4 touchdowns?
Mm-hmm. He had 470. Not just over 400, 470, almost 500.
Yeah, and Bears fans are going to puff their chests out all day today. It goes, good, bad, or best, never let it rest. you guys suck. Like, you guys are not that good. And it's just like, it's whatever. It's fine. Like, you got to deal with all the Bears fans and all that. I don't have to deal with that, luckily. The only thing that we can really trust is that the room will lose. The room went 2-3 in college football and 1-3 in the NFL, with the Cowboys -2.5 pending tonight.
So yeah, that, correct me if I'm wrong, Texas closed 3.5.
I had Texas. I was so mad. I laid some 2.5, and I picked it on Bear Bets. We make our bets on Thursday. I picked 2.5, but then in like my newsletter, it was Friday and I was late, so I sent out Texas -3, which pushed.
Yeah,
just like I got a DM from somebody like, "Oh, nice call on Texas," because he laid 3.5. He was late to the party, so it's my fault.
Yeah,
it's my fault that he didn't watch Bear Bets or get the newsletter on time, and he waited until Saturday and laid 3.5, and then decided to MF me because Texas couldn't hold an 18-point lead in the fourth quarter. I'm so frustrated with a lot of this stuff. We'll talk about it in case of the Mondays. Like, people just say whatever they want now on the internet, and like, we're supposed to just sit here and take it. Like, it's a joke. This space is a joke, man. It really is.
Yeah.
And then to top it off, while we're sweating bullets on Sunday with our bets, we got Jersey Jerry hitting a 470-1 quarterback touchdown parlay. Like, of course.
I saw the celebration. I know.
Good for him.
Like,
I mean, it's a great hit.
Okay,
but it's
is he betting with his money?
That's not real. It's not real. Like,
he's not betting with his money. So whatever.
I don't know. I mean, just like, but you know, he bets $200 and wins 95,000, and we're grinding nickels and dimes on sides like fossils. And he bets JJ McCarthy, Daniel Jones, Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, and people tailed them. And Big Cat won 140,000, and I'm happy to see people win. But it's like the things we go through, and then it's just that simple. Let me bet 200 and win 95,000.
Yeah, but if Bill, who's listening to this show, if he hits a crazy parlay like that, guess what? He's never betting there again. It's a fake world, right? Because of their relationship with DraftKings or whatever book they're using now, they're going to make that parlay, they're going to promote it, and they're going to be able to bet again. But anybody listening to the show, anybody you know, any walk of life, they're banned from that sports book. So, like, what are we supposed to do with that? Like, okay, you don't work at Barstool, you can't keep betting there. I mean, that's basically what's happening, right? Am I wrong about any of that?
No. And then the reality is them hitting that parlay is the best thing for the book. Because now that gets recycled all over social media, and anybody seeing that thinks to themselves, this could be me. I could do this now.
Yep.
And then other people are going to say, well, if Jersey Jerry can do it, I can do it. Because, does Jersey Jerry even know the square root of 81? I don't know. Probably not. But he hits a parlay, and he made more than I've made all season in one day. And good for him. Yeah. But it's like, this stuff isn't real. Nothing's real anymore.
I know. I don't know what it was. Like, last minute, I'm like, you know what? This guy that the Bears elevated, Britton Brown, is going to score a touchdown, because why not? Are they really going to go with Monangai the entire game? Well, they probably should have, because he had 176 yards. Running back that most people didn't even know who the hell he was. We've been talking about him when his props were in the 20s. But Monangai goes off against this hideous defense. But Britton Brown, I had him for an anytime touchdown, 12-1, thankfully. At least something hit for me this weekend. It's just so crazy. Like, Daniel Jones is impeccable all season, and he has 5 turnovers yesterday. What? And it's a one-score game. Steelers are +5 turnover differential, and it's a one-score game. So I don't know if you were on the wrong side. It was just you were up against it because the world was on the Colts -3, -3.5. And then the Steelers end up winning by 1 score, even though they were +5 in the point differential, or rather the turnover differential. The Colts outgained them by about 150 yards. It's like, there's another result. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. And Jonathan Taylor does nothing. in that game. We can go over a number of these results that went down yesterday. More injuries keep piling up. Jaden Daniels probably shouldn't even be on the field, and now I don't expect to see him the rest of the year. Darnold goes off in the first half. It's halftime, and I'm thinking, should I stay up and watch this? Should I? I did. It was more background than anything because the score was done. It was a wrap. The Seahawks were winning. They were covering on the road last night. Darnold was flawless in that first half, right? 16 for 16, 282, 4 touchdowns. And then Jaden Daniels is out there late in the second half for what? And now he's done. If you're a Commanders fan, I'd be pissed too. I get it. I understand. God, I don't even... They made a social thing out of it a couple weeks ago when I asked you, and I still think we don't know the answer. I asked you, are the Packers good? And you're like, no. And then they go and beat the Steelers on the road by like 10 points that night. And then they come back this week and they lose to Carolina at home. What is this league?
Well, I'll just say this. I'm glad I didn't light my Bills futures tickets on fire. You know, some people said it was over. The Chiefs and Panthers have the same record right now, Joe.
Chiefs are out of the playoffs right now. We'll talk more about that Monday Night Football next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Second down, Prescott quick throw again. Lamb in stride, room to run. He's down inside the 20. Makes a move. CD Lamb is going to score.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
The announcement this morning, Jaden Daniels out indefinitely. Don't think he's going to be returning because most likely they are going to be in an awful spot by the time he's healthy. Boy, I mean, Mariota the rest of the way. Oh, man. You said last week, he sucks. And you are 100% correct. This is Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniana. We got Monday Night Football. Still some other stuff in the games yesterday we want to go over. We barely touched KC Buffalo. That obviously the game of the week. We've got to get to that coming up. But first, Arizona at Dallas tonight. We'll break it down with Shea and Irving later on in the show in the final hour of the program. You've got the Cardinals off a bye as a road dog for the Arizona Cardinals. The number tonight, it is sitting, let's call it a juice 3 at most spots. BetMGM has it -3, $1.15. But some books have already gone to 3.5. I think others will probably head in that direction when you think about the action piling up on a Monday, and Dallas is one of those teams. Dallas is the team that's favored. It's probably going to end up being 3.5, but it is a juice 3 at most spots, and it is the highest total on the board. 53.5 at BetMGM. There are books that are 54.5. So it was a week that had a lot of high totals. If you start looking at those numbers, the high totals, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh, that goes under. That closed 52.5. KC Buffalo also closed 52.5. That goes under as well. The Bears Bengals total never had a chance. There were 89 points scored in that one, so that one flew over the total. And then the Thursday game, that was a high total. That was under, right? That's another one of those under games. So the high totals this week that are in the 50s have been going under. We'll see about tonight. What do you think about this game, Sam?
I haven't done anything with it yet. We await the room. The room will give us 5 props that we can poke holes in later on in the show. I said this Friday briefly as we broke this game down. I've said this multiple times now. The Dallas Cowboys this year, in games involving them and somebody else, obviously, 60 points per game, 800 yards of offense per game on average. And this total opened 51.5. It's been bet up a little bit. Chris just moved to 54, but most books are 53.5. Why are you betting under? Like, unless you're thinking you're going to be contrarian. Like, I don't know what you like about the under. Dallas can't stop a nosebleed, and their offense only scored in the low 20s last game, and yet the game still flew over because they gave up 40. So you would think Dallas's offense will regress to what it is and have a better game. I mean, considering they did not play well last week, they should play well this week. And Arizona is one of the most up and down teams in terms of pace. Like, they just play so fast. And I know that turnovers can obviously swing any game, and we can have drives stall inside the 10 or inside the 5, and that would not be great if Dallas got stuffed at the goal line and then Arizona had to take over, and then we play punt for a little bit. But these teams are very, very efficient offensively, and these defenses I don't trust. So it's a lean for me at over 53.5 at BetMGM. Mm-hmm. I would not wait because I think there's a good chance other books are going to go to 54, and I don't want people to, land 34-20 and push or whatever. I lean over with the room already coming in on Dallas. It sort of makes you wonder, like, is Arizona going to win? But I don't love this game. I probably won't watch it. We got a million things going on in our lives right now. I probably will not watch this game. I did not watch the Sunday night game, for those wondering. And I do look forward to the Cowboy props that will be popular. Probably like a Pickens over on yards or a Dak over on passing attempts. Like, those will probably be in the room. But my initial thought is lean over, might not do anything with it.
I'll probably watch it. Yeah, I'll watch it. Who the hell am I kidding? Like, if I'm not busy somewhere else, I have to be To escape reality, I will be watching the NFL. Okay, so let's talk about this number, the side. It's 2.5 all last week. The assumption is that Kyler Murray's returning from his injury after the bye, but you don't really know. You're not getting an update and all that. Okay, but 2 weeks to go away is a significant amount of time. So there's this assumption. Then we find out on Saturday, no, Kyler's not going to play. It's going to be Jacoby Brissett. The line goes from 2.5 to now juice 3, probably a 3.5 when we kick off later today. The market is saying that Kyler Murray's a better quarterback than Jacoby Brissett. I don't think the Cardinals are saying that. I think Jonathan Gannon's saying that his better option to win the game is Jacoby Brissett. And there are numbers that would back that up. 221 snaps for Kyler, 107 snaps for Brissett. If you've watched them closely, they've been moving the ball better with Brissett. Metrics like EPA plus completion percentage over expectation. Brissett in the league ranks 13th, Kyler 20th. Just completion percentage over expectation. Jacoby Brissett's a top 10 quarterback in the league when he's been out there. It's a small sample size, but he's top 10. And Kyler's 23rd. Air yards. Is it just dump off city with Kyler? Yes, it is. It's 6 yards per attempt. And Brissett, it's going 8.3. Ranks much higher there. He gets McBride involved. McBride isn't scoring touchdowns when Kyler's under center, but he's scoring 3 touchdowns in 2 games when Brissett's under center. And then Gannon says, yeah, Kyler's not starting. It's health related. It's because of his health. But then he goes out and says, I don't know, he might have a role. Wait, what? What are you talking about? This feels like what we were seeing in Minnesota for a few weeks. This is some sort of a soft benching, I think. I mean, Kyler's been out for quite some time now, and he could have a role in the game, but he's not starting due to his health. Pick a lane. What the hell are you talking about? He doesn't want to hurt the fragile ego of one Kyler Murray. We know what that is. And maybe it's going to be the last year that he's going to be in Arizona. But I don't know. Just based on what their actions and what they're saying, it's telling me that they believe they have a better chance to win this game in Dallas tonight with Brissett under center as opposed to Kyler Murray. The market disagrees with the team, which I find kind of interesting. I do like the Cardinals. I know Paul Aspen likes the Cardinals, but with the week that I've had, if I like the Cardinals, that means you should be running to the window and saying Cowboys.
Nah, I would not lay it. I would take it before I would lay it, no doubt. I like Brissett. We had a game where they ruled Kyler out on Thursday or Friday. That was the game against the Colts that the Cardinals were in control for a ton of. They were catching 7 points or so and had a chance to win the game outright. I do trust the consistency of Brissett. Now, his ceiling isn't uber high, but his floor is not crushingly low. Mm-hmm. It's not a low where you think, oh, well, he's not going to move the ball. He doesn't really turn the ball over. He doesn't take a lot of calculated risks, and he protects the football. So I have no issue with it. We know that Arizona is going to be able to do whatever they want. They just have to convert inside the red zone. And if they do that, they're going to win this game because Dallas's defense just can't be trusted. They get pressure rate, which we talked about last week, but they don't get home. Like, sure, they create pressure, right, but they also leave guys wide open. And you're going to have the ability to move the ball down the field against this Dallas defense. How about Denver last week? Just did whatever they wanted offensively. 426 yards of total offense. And it was a balanced attack, too. They gave up 247 yards through the air and almost 200 yards on the ground, Dallas's defense. Mm-hmm. And it's not like we're big Bo Nix guys. I mean, I think this is an anti-Bo Nix show. So if Bo Nix can move it, the Cardinals can move it. Lean to the Cardinals for sure. Why are we not just betting the over at 53.5?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the final score of this game. I don't know. Turnovers? I don't know. Yeah, like what stops this? Turnovers might help it. Get there.
Let me give you some final scores. And again,
Like
I'm not trying
27-24 as a loser? I don't know.
I'm not trying to just play this game where we look at old box scores because that's lazy, but 44-24, 44-22, 30-27, 37-22, 40-40 against the Packers on Sunday night.
Okay.
Here's an under, 31-14. That was the game that CeeDee Lamb got hurt on like the first or second drive, and the Cowboys were just shell-shocked. 40-37 and 24-20 opening night against the Eagles, who are an under team for the most part. There's a lot of offense there, Joe. A lot of offense in that very small pocket of sample. 44-24, 44-22, 30-27, 37-22, 40-40. That's their last 5 games, Dallas.
Give me the score you think we're going to have. Not a prediction, just a score. Like, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
31-28.
Okay. The first score that came to mind for me was 30-27. Not killing the over, but it's kind of close.
Well, it's hard to kill an over when it's 53 and a
when
half,
it's that high. Yeah, we're still talking about nearly 60 points being scored in this game. Yeah, I do like a couple of props more than I like the Cardinals on the side or the total. I'll say that. So, Brissett. Every quarterback except for Mariota has had at least 2 passing touchdowns against the Cowboys defense. It's between 2 and 4. Do you want to lay $1.35 to go over 1.5 touchdowns? If you do, I think it's a fine bet. I don't have a problem with it. But if you don't, how's 22.5 completions for Brissett? Do you know every quarterback has had at least 23 completions against the Cowboys this year? Every quarterback that they faced. And this number is 22.5. I like that number. And I mentioned McBride gets involved more with Brissett. So last 2 games with Brissett, McBride's averaging 9 catches and 12 targets. He has 3 touchdowns in 2 games, 9 catches, 12 targets. When Kyler's out there, he was averaging 5.8 catches, 8 targets, 55 yards, and he had 1 touchdown in 5 games. So if you want to go with a McBride prop, whether it's touchdown, which is plus money at plus 105, I like that due to the number of targets that he's having. See, they put it at 6.5 receptions. I don't want to go there because they make you lay a ton of juice on that. And as far as the yardage, that is 67.5. Some books already into the 70s. That will continue to climb throughout the day. Lowest number I see is BetMGM, 67.5.
The Brissett attempts one is interesting. I'm not a big attempts better or completions better.
Yeah,
you talked about completions, not attempts. But same thing, same ballpark.
I'd be fine with
quarterback,
either. Yeah,
passing props. We're talking about the same script essentially. It makes sense. And like as I mentioned earlier, with the pressure that Dallas tries to bring fundamentally, if you don't get home, it creates such an opportunity for checkdowns or the middle of the field stuff. And it's better because Brissett, while he does throw a nice deep ball, in fact, there were times in New England when they would bring him out to throw the bomb at the end of the half and leave Brady on the bench because Brissett has a bigger arm. He's not necessarily a deep threat. When you think of Jacoby Brissett, you don't think of a guy whipping 30-yard passes down the field all game long. He's not a risk taker. He's a conservative, accurate quarterback. So I think that checks a lot of boxes for anybody looking to play his passing props.
Can't wait to hear Paul's bet on Marvin Harrison Jr. What's he got cooking up in the lab tonight?
Literally in the lab right now. It's very wild.
Bunsen burner moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what he is, man. I don't know. He's got 2 scores on the year, 396 yards. He had 58 yards last game with Brissett. So what do they set it at? 58.5. It's like they don't know either. They don't know what he's going to do on a week-to-week basis. Still waiting for that first 100-yard game this year. He had 98 against Tennessee. I don't know. I'm not touching anything with Marvin Harrison Jr. uninterested there. I think we covered it all, right? But you're thinking over. I understand your point of view there.
I lean over, but I am going to not watch a single second of it. I got college basketball in the mind. There's a game I'm going to have a bet on here at 11 o'clock Eastern between Bradley and the St. Bonaventure Bonnies. Let's
Wait,
go.
a.m. or p.m.?
11 a.m. There's a game on right now. Or there was. Maybe it's over.
This is too
much.
much.
Yeah, Queens and Winthrop tipped off at 8 a.m. this morning.
Baseball ends, we go right to college basketball. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Joe O, Sammy P. We are ready for Case of the Mondays. That's on the other side. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I fly out the door.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
I scream all alone.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
I hear the boss is in a bad mood again.
Every Monday at this time right here on BetSweats for a limited time only. Case of the Mondays before it goes away. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, sliding things around a little bit in the 10 o'clock hour. We'll go to the Monday morning market moves coming up to start the 10 a.m. Eastern hour. This is BetSweats. Sam on X at SPShoot. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski. Make sure you follow us, see what's going on with us and throughout the weekend and all that. Don't check in with Sam for Monday Night Football. He's not watching. I understand.
Nope.
It's one of those that you could skip for sure. I think I'll be there. We'll see. We'll see what else is going on. Now, case of the Mondays. Always have some things that bothered us from over the weekend, whether it be sports related, and maybe we didn't get to it in the show yet, or otherwise. I've got some otherwise, Sam, because I just can't talk about getting my ass kicked in the NFL any longer. Like, it's enough. We're going to have to do it all week. How about you? Case of the Mondays. What you got?
Couple things. We've touched on a couple already. During the break, we were just talking about Seattle. How did we sit here 5 weeks ago and I wrote down Seattle in red Sharpie as you were about to tell me the team that you believed was a legit threat in the NFC. And I said, hold on, let me write it down. And I wrote down Seattle, and we did 3-2-1, and I held up Seattle, and you said Seattle. And then we looked at the price, and they were, 30-1 to win the NFC? NFC.
Yeah.
Not Super Bowl, NFC. And we got there together, and then we didn't make a bet at all. And every time I watch them, I just get upset. I get upset because we pinpointed it when they were 30-1 to win the NFC and 60-1 to win the Super Bowl, and I did nothing with it. I watched the first half, and I shut it off in anger because Sam Darnold had 4 first-half touchdown passes. 4. And after the last one, the 60-yarder to White, I shut the TV off angrily. I was not happy. There's a lot of things that don't make me happy anymore. But watching Sam Darnold carve up the Commanders, who went to the NFC Championship game last year, that was enough. That was the exclamation point on the weekend. A couple other things. I mentioned the guy who sent me a message, a very hateful message, because Texas did not cover his bet at 3.5. I had to go back and look at the box score. So on Thursday, we taped Bear Bets. And I also think I picked Texas on this show on Thursday when it was -2.5. And I specifically said, get it before it goes to 3, because it's going to go to 3. And then I was late on my newsletter because I got stranded in the middle of Connecticut because our train got stuck because a tree fell down during a storm, and we were stuck on the train tracks for 2 hours, and I didn't have internet. And I was like, I'll write this newsletter tomorrow. And by the time I did it, Texas was 3. Well, this guy apparently read the newsletter, which went 4-1-1, by the way, but he decided he was going to lay Texas -3.5. The Longhorns at the end of the third quarter were up 34-10. And Vanderbilt scored 21 unanswered points in the fourth quarter, got a 2-point conversion in there, and ended up losing 34-31. So this guy, because he laid the worst of the number, decides that he can send me an expletive-driven message, how I suck at my job and great bet and all this. Just like, great, that's what I need right now. Perfect, yeah. That's what I need. I need somebody with 8 followers to send me a message about how I suck at my job, because Texas blew a 34-10 lead in the fourth quarter, and he laid the worst of the number. But that's not even the worst thing from the weekend. The worst thing was Friday night. Boys were out. It was Halloween. The sluttery was insane, Joe.
Did I not tell you? Did I not tell you? They're all sluts.
It was insane. And we're at the bar, and I'm ordering a round of shots for the crew. There's like 5 or 6 of us. And this skank is wearing what looked like a hefty bag, like chopped up into form.
Okay.
I mean, she was dressed like it was 45 degrees out, and she's wearing like no clothes. It wasn't even a dress. It looked like a garbage bag that was cut into a slut suit. And then she had like horned rim glasses on, and then had 2 playing cards. She had a 6 right here and a 7
covering.
right here. 6,
Oh
7.
God.
And I'm trying to take my shots, and I grab 3 shots at a time, and I turn, and she knocks the shots out of my hand. And I was like, whoa, like, are you okay? And she's like, watch where you're going. And I literally was in my space, like I wasn't demonstrative. I wasn't like I was in my lane. And this is my bar, by the way, that I go to all the time. Like, I know all the bartenders, I know all the bouncers. Like, I love this place. So I grab the shots and I turn, and that's when she, like, I don't even know how it happened. She just kind of like was trying to create room to get to the bar and knock the shots out of my hand. And then she wants to argue with me that I need to watch where I'm going. No, stop, sweetheart. Like, you are so in the wrong. You look ridiculous. And like, you're not even that good looking. So chill out, okay? You got more makeup than a Kardashian right now. And it's just like, what are we doing? Like, you called this last week. These aren't costumes. These are just like, let me wear as little clothing as I can, as much makeup as I can. I'll throw on some glasses and then a playing card on my chest. And I'm a 6'7" nerd. I'm just like shocked at how correct you were, because you don't even go out like that anymore, and you nailed it. I don't know who these people think they are. Telling me that I need to watch where I'm going? Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
So how did it end? Did you redo your shots?
Yeah, they gave me 3 more shots, and she left. I don't even care where she went, actually. But
how was the crew that she was with? I'm curious about that.
They were all the same. All of them.
Yeah. How old, you think?
25, maybe.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Okay. I'm going to go elsewhere. I'm also going to go to Friday night. Is Jake here? Because I feel like I need Jake on this one, if he's here. Jake
up?
Here? No. Hey, Jake. How you doing? All right. If there's anybody on the show that will understand what I'm about to try to explain, you might. Do you know who Spooderman is?
What?
So you don't know Spooderman?
What did you just say to me?
Spooderman. Spooderman. It's a meme, I guess. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, Joe, I do not know who Spooderman is.
All right. So I find it interesting every year to find out about, around Halloween, kids dress up as different things that I guess are popular that I didn't know about, even though I feel like I have a pulse on what's going on. Because like I've been talking about the 6'7" for a while and you guys had no idea. But that's because I have kids. I was informed about something the other day that I was like crying about, probably because I'm immature, but whatever. Spooderman. So if you look it up on YouTube now, you'll find like some sort of a trailer for Spooderman, right? I had no idea what it was. So there was a kid that showed up at the house before we went to a party that we all were attending, and he's got a Spider-Man outfit, but he's pregnant. I'm like, what is going on? Why is he a pregnant Spider-Man? And then I got the whole thing explained. I end up watching the trailer and I'm like crying because this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. The best way to explain it is you've got Spider-Man with a deformed head and he kind of looks pregnant, or like, who is the guy that was hooping over at, speaking of Barstool, when they were like pulling that prank on Pat Bev, and he sees that guy with the reverse body, and he looked like he's basically got the body of Mantis, right? with a deformed head is basically what Spooderman is. I don't know how else. Like, you watch a trailer, he's falling off of buildings. His webs don't work correctly. It's just the whole thing. I thought Jake would know about this for sure. So apparently it's popular, but even the kids know it's dumb. But it makes them laugh, so they watch it. I don't know why this was brought up in Case of the Mondays. I guess it's just because dumb stuff that is happening now with kids, like the whole 6'7" thing, like the lady with the cards that was dressed up, just barely covering herself. Apparently Spooderman's a thing, but it made me smile when very few things made me smile over the weekend. And then I heard the story about how at school they are not allowed to dress up in costume. I vaguely remember. I think we were able to, but I know they are not allowed to. So this kid that was dressed up as Spooderman gets on the bus in the morning. Everybody's dressed in the normal clothes because you're not allowed to dress up for Halloween. Here comes Spooderman. And the arms just dangle, like for audio purposes. If I were to try to do an impression, the impression would be like, no, the arms just dangle.
Is that Spooderman or Helen Keller? I can't tell the difference.
And then, so he's the only one dressed up, and he's dressed up as Spooderman, like dragging his feet, dragging his arms, and then he walks into the school, into the gym. The first teacher that sees him calls him by his last name. Get over here. It's like pregnant Spider-Man just walking into the gym. I don't know why. That made me laugh. Not many things are making me laugh nowadays. But anyways, I was just curious if anybody else knew about Spooderman, because this is also popular and very weird.
I need a visual of Spooderman. That's all I need.
Watch the trailer.
I need a visual.
Watch the trailer.
I
gotta say. When you hear the voice, oh boy.
What are you? I'm a 6'7" nerd.
Oh, the nerd. I get it. The glasses. Understood. A lot of makeup, huh?
Tons.
Monday Morning Market moves next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, moving things around a little bit. Monday morning market moves, college football, then the NFL, taking a look at the next slate. But, with so much action NFL related, we also didn't even get to the World Series. We will carve out time for that. You better believe it. We need to talk about what happened in college football over the weekend. We complained about it. We voiced our issues on Friday with the YouTube TV scenario, but hoping a deal would get done. We're sitting here Monday morning. A deal is not done. You already said you're not watching Monday Night Football, but you have YouTube TV just like I do. So if you wanted, you really couldn't watch Monday Night Football if you wanted to. Here's what's interesting. And I saw this being the case on Saturday. So a good deal of the games that I wanted to watch were on YouTube TV. And I found myself, and maybe this has to do with other things in my life, I found myself with ways to watch it. My wife's like, I just did the 7-day trial for, was it Fubo? I think Fubo or Roku, one of those. She did the 7-day trial because she wanted to watch the Notre Dame game. She's like, I got it up. You were talking about it on your show. I'm like, yeah. She's like, well, I got the 7-day trial. I'm like, oh, okay. I was unmotivated to even try to figure it out. Like that's where I was at on Saturday. I'm like, oh, I'll just watch what I got here in the basement. Whatever. I don't even care what the sign-in is and all that. I'm not motivated to get the information, enter the email, the password, download the app, and then I could watch the game. Like that's kind of where I'm at. Maybe I'm the only one that's like that, but I missed a lot of games because of this YouTube TV thing. And one thing I did notice, I forgot on Saturday morning, I go on to turn on game day, and then, oh yeah, we still can't watch it. Oh, I just watched Fox. I watched the Fox pregame. I'm like, yeah, oh, you got it? Yeah, whatever. I'll just watch this. I don't really care. If I'm doing that when it's my job for now, like, I think there's a lot of people that probably feel the same way.
I don't know what to do. I was texting with a couple people who just said that they have already made the switch to Hulu TV. That's a thing now, right?
Yep.
So
I have Hulu as well.
That is sort of an easy transition, I guess. But I haven't done the legwork on it, and I don't know. Do I have the ability to watch NFL games on Hulu TV? I'm guessing not. Like that's why they have us by the balls right now, because I do enjoy NFL Sundays at home by myself. Yesterday, I ordered an entire pizza. I ate the whole thing by myself throughout the day. I did it in shifts. So I got the pizza. I put a picture up of it on Twitter. It was a 8-slice Detroit style pizza. I had the first 2 slices right when it got here. I had a couple more during the afternoon slate, and then I polished it off at night. It was like an all-day thing where I ate this whole pizza over the course of the day. And I just sat and melted into the TV. Quad box, I'm getting so lazy now on Sundays too that like I used to do like 3 screens, 3 different games, and now I'm just like, let me just put the quad box up in the main one.
Exactly.
Like, it's big enough. I can see enough. I can pick the volume as I go. It's fine. But if I cancel YouTube TV, I'm going to miss out on my NFL Sundays. So I think they just kind of have me over a barrel right now, and there's not much I can do. Like, I'm not going to cancel YouTube TV because then I can't watch NFL Sundays. And I'd rather watch NFL Sundays than watch college football Saturdays. But you're right. The experience was completely different. I mentioned the Texas game a couple times now. I was following that game, which made it more maddening because I couldn't watch it. When Texas is up 34-10, I'm following it on my phone. Not even visually. I'm following it on the Score app. And I'm like, oh, well, that's a cover. It's 34-10. Like, let me not even follow this anymore because the game's over. And then I got a couple texts about it because people were watching it. And I then am like, oh, it's 34-16. Oh, it's 34-24. Oh, there's 2 minutes left. Oh, they just recovered an onside kick. That's the worst. Following a bet that doesn't win on your phone when you can't watch it is the worst. That's my personal hell. But you're right. All I was watching on Saturday was Fox. So it was Ohio State, Penn State, and then it was Texas Tech, Kansas State, and then ended up going out after that game and went to dinner. So yeah, I watched 2 college football games on Saturday, and usually I'll have 4 on the main TV and then 2 on the side. So I'll have 6 games on at once. I had 1 game on at a time for 6 hours, 7 hours.
Watching the entire Fox pregame show, or most of it, there was something that really annoyed me, because usually I'm flipping if I'm around in the morning before the games get going. And this is Joe. This is not Sam. I don't want you to get in trouble at all. It is a much better product than it used to be. They're obviously pouring a lot of resources into it. We have Bear on the show. Fantastic. One thing that really bothered me that I never really noticed until Saturday is there's so much homerism. And I get it. You do that in college more than the NFL. And it kind of comes with the territory. You're an Ohio State guy. You're this guy. And people, even though he doesn't play into that, people would say that about Herb Street no matter what. And it took him a long time before people stopped saying it a little bit, but they still say it. It's just so much. My Michigan team, my Ohio, Urban Meyer's there. And Buckeyes. It's just like, oh my God. And it impacts me as a viewer, because I feel like no opinion is real. You're saying that because you want that to happen, because you want them to win, because it helps your brand. You might make more money if they're successful. But it was a lot. I'm not asking for your thoughts. I'm just stating what I felt like with that pregame show. It is a lot better than it used to be. I like the direction they're going. It's real. People used to kind of laugh at it and say, oh, it's a little engine that could. No, and they have real talent on there. And it can be really good. So much. Like, okay, you bring in Dave Portnoy. Oh, let's do the bit again where I'm going to yell about how great Michigan is. And you're going to boo me because you're an Ohio State fan. It's like I'm like, we get it. I got you. You're a Michigan guy. You're wearing the colors. We understand. Come up with something new, please. For the love of God.
They really do have a lot of their bases covered, too, because you have Leinart, who went to USC. Brady Quinn went to Notre Dame. Mark Ingram, Alabama. Urban Meyer, Ohio State. Portnoy, Michigan. Even Bear had the Miami ring on yesterday. I think those are pretty prominent programs to cover. I understand all that. But there is a lot of alignment with the schools or the conferences that these people were a part of. And I think that's a very fair take. I enjoy the show, though. I do. I think the way that they get involved with the crowd, because Game Day has done a lot more of this with the McAfee field goal challenge, and Sanford Steve's wearing the ref outfit, and they're giving a lot of money out for kids that make the kick and all that, and that's cool. But I do think Fox does a better job of putting the talent in the hornet's nest. Like, a lot of that show is not
touching. They can actually touch the people,
Yes, which I like, because they probably over the course of a show have 6 or 7 different locations on the Big Noon show, where Game Day has 2 or 3, I feel like. A lot of the Game Day show is at the desk, which is traditional. I mean, it's worked for them for decades. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I like the versatility of the Fox show, because they're at the desk, then they're on the field, then they're in this section, then they're over there, then when they were at Northwestern, I thought they were going to jump in the lake. Like, they were all over that setting, all over that campus environment. And I do like that. Do we need to see Portnoy in the Michigan gear every time? I agree with you. It's a lot. And like Michigan's playing Purdue in the sleepiest game. We're talking about Ohio State, Penn State, and then we got to wedge Michigan in there. And I get it. Conflict is good. Controversy is good. I think it's worked, but I certainly understand your point.
There's definitely a barrier with Game Day in the crowd now. That was not always the case. That's kind of how it became so popular. Then the crowd became so big. It's like for maybe security reasons. I don't know. But you're right. More involved with the audience, certainly Fox is. And like I said, I do enjoy it. It's getting better. I view it as having more potential than game day. I'll say that. So that's just a little bit of constructive criticism there. Before we jump to the card, we had another firing in college football, this one in the SEC. Hugh Freeze gone out at Auburn. And then because I saw a prominent college football person retweet it, I thought we had another one, which is not true. And that's Mike Locksley. Tim Brando fell for a fake account, fake news, whatever it was. And he was kind of going off about it, how this makes no sense, blah, blah, blah. Well, it wasn't even true. So, but there's so many firings going on, you can kind of believe it. Like another coach got fired, but Hugh Freeze is out. Locksley's still there at Maryland for now.
Brando has definitely lost his fastball. I've watched some games that Brando's been on the call of in the last 2 years. Not good. He came on the broadcast last year. Oregon was playing Purdue. And Purdue last year went 1-11 and fired the head coach at the end of the season. And Brando's trying to dress the game up. I believe it was a Friday night game in West Lafayette. Oregon went to West Lafayette. And that was the game where Purdue had just rallied against Illinois and almost beat Illinois. It was a 50-49 final score. Illinois still won, but Purdue had this miraculous comeback and almost won the game. And Brando comes on the air and he's like, it's a national title contender against one of the most exciting young teams with a great young coach, the Purdue Boilermakers. And I'm like, no, that's not a thing. Purdue lost that game 31. I'm looking right now, 31-0, I think. And then they fired the coach at the end of the year. Purdue last year finished 1-11. 35-0 Oregon on a Friday night. Hey, not bad. Not bad for recall. Like, no, that's not true. They're not a young, exciting team, and their coach stinks. And he ended up getting fired. But that was how Brando introduced the game. So I think he's definitely lost his fastball.
Yeah. I used to really enjoy listening to him, maybe more so as a guest, because he has a lot of opinions on what's happening in college sports. But you're right. I'm looking up his age right now. 69. Yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close. All right. As far as this weekend's card, it's not awesome, but there are some games that were supposed to be good. Again, we throw Penn State into the fray because there are so many games that we thought would be high leverage games in the conference, and they're just not because they stink. Indiana. They're worth talking about too here. So it's Indiana as a 2-touchdown road favorite going to Happy Valley. I brought up this idea a couple weeks ago, and it keeps happening. They are smashing teams. Smashing. Not letting up at all. 55-10 this weekend over Maryland. And now they're going to Happy Valley. It feels like these Hoosiers are on a mission, and they don't want any excuses when the new rankings, when the first edition of the playoff rankings come out here, which would be very curious to see where Indiana is at. But I think they're going to want to continue to do this, Sam. I think they are out to beat everyone by as many points as possible.
I understand it. And don't be surprised if the committee comes out and says Indiana's number one, because Indiana has a better win than Ohio State does. The win at Oregon is a better win than anything Ohio State's done. I'm not saying Ohio State's not better, but that's the truth. Indiana has a better win. That's obvious. I'll probably take 14.5 though, man. Like, I don't even know that it wins, but it's just, that's a huge number for me. I took Penn State first half on Saturday, and that got home. Then they did not cover the full game, so got lucky there. I will probably look at the points and take anything north of 14. This one will be very popular. SMU just beat Miami, right? Just upset Miami. Now SMU is going on the road, laying 11, and the market's coming down a little bit. I see some 10.5. I see a 10 offshore. That would be a good spot, I would think, to look at the dog in Boston College. And then can we talk about LSU Bama? Brian Kelly's
Yes,
gone. LSU's a mess. Alabama opens 11, but the initial move so far coming in on LSU against Alabama. That'll be one to follow. Same with Oregon and Iowa. Oregon opens up 5.5 at Iowa. Pinnacle's at 4.5 right now. They're taking the dog at home against Oregon.
Texas Tech, BYU, a top 10 matchup. Texas Tech laying 10.5 right now. Another one that will be very interesting to follow. You know it's going to get a lot of action. Joe O, Sammy P. Monday Morning Market Moves NFL version next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We're doing Monday morning market moves, NFL version. We'll get to our Monday moons coming up in about 20 minutes. Shane Irving, top of the hour, talking about his Dallas Cowboys. All right, National Football League. It is week number 10. When I say it's week 10, do you have the reaction of, oh, wow, I can't believe it's week 10? Or, oh, we're only halfway through the regular season?
That one, the last one.
That one?
For
Really?
sure. Yeah. Murray says it every week. We tape that video on Friday, and I'll always ask. I try and intro it with week 8 or week 9, and he always says, "That's it? I got 10 more weeks of this?" And I think it's funny because they just love ref ball over there. By the way, before we get to market moves, I did tease this earlier in the show, and I did not pay it off yet. I might as well, because the game tips off in 40 minutes. I bet the under 139.5 in Bradley and St. Bonaventure. That is college basketball, boys and girls, and that game is at 11 o'clock Eastern. So that's the best number. BetMGM is down to 138.5, but there are several 139.5s that you can find wherever you shop for your bets. 139.5 under between Bradley and St. Bonaventure.
All right. Very good there. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. Okay, week 10, we've got 4 teams on bye. The Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs, right? They are on bye. It will be tough for those still alive in Survivor because you can't pick on Tennessee anymore. They are off this week. You've got Dallas playing tonight. They're going to be off. Cincinnati, they need to be off. So Cincinnati, Dallas, KC, Tennessee, those are your 4 bye teams coming up this week. As far as market movements, let's see. We did get some quarterback injuries over the weekend, so those are going to be the first ones that we certainly need to address. Let's talk about this Houston-Jacksonville number. C.J. Stroud goes out with a concussion. Usually it's not just that game. It's typically an additional game, and the market is reacting. The look ahead on Houston hosting Jacksonville divisional matchup was a field goal. Texans is your favorite. Now it's down to 1, probably playing that in-between number. Stroud, not what he was his rookie campaign, but he's not awful. Certainly better than what Davis Mills has to offer. Basically, we're at a pick 'em at this point. Houston -1 hosting Jacksonville. I think no Stroud, but what do you think, Sam? An in-between number?
Yeah, probably. We'll see how that shakes out over the next couple of days. Obviously, we'll be here every day until Friday and then back again on Sunday. The total has certainly been noticeable in the movement down. Look ahead total was 41.5. They reopened it in Vegas at 39.5, and now we're seeing 37.5. So the initial reaction to this game is let's short offense, which I understand. Jacksonville's defense, I don't think, is anything special. And I want to talk about that Raiders and Jags game when we talk about the Raiders side of it, because they were on the field for 40 minutes in that game against Jacksonville, and that doesn't usually bode well the following game. And then they play on Thursday night, so you're on the field for 40 minutes, then you gotta play on Thursday on the road against Denver. That's a horrible spot for Vegas. But the game that you brought up between Houston and Jacksonville, they are definitely shorting offense early on a Monday.
We've got another quarterback injury. It's not up in the air. It's for sure. Jaden Daniels. It's going to be Mariota in there for Jaden Daniels. So Detroit was -3.5, a road favorite on the look ahead. It is now Detroit. I see 7.5. I see 8. I see 8.5. So the question now is, where's this number going to stop? At Washington without Jaden Daniels, it sounds like Terry McLaurin's going to miss again. So you've got Detroit laying a monster number on the road. And yes, Mariota sucks. I'm torn on this one, Sam. I think the first reaction for a lot of people is going to be, okay, Lions lost a tough one coming off the bye, divisional opponent. That's not going to happen again. They're going to bounce back and look like the Lions. Are you sure? Because if we go and look at the last month, this is what we've seen out of the Lions. They score 17 at KC. They score 24 in a win at home against Tampa Bay, but the offense unimpressive. And then yesterday they lose to Minnesota, scoring 24. This is an offense that we got used to scoring 30-plus points per game. They typically go well over 300 total yards. They're not there. I think it barely got over yesterday. Previous 2 games, they were under 300 yards. This is the narrative that we were talking about in the offseason may be coming true. The concerns about no Ben Johnson. Okay, maybe it didn't play out in the first month, what they did against Chicago. Baltimore 38, Cleveland 34, Cincinnati, they score 37. Offense looks good now, but now I'm starting to wonder, are they missing Ben Johnson now? This offense has been struggling for a good month, and that performance yesterday coming off the bye.
You also look at Chicago's offense. That is not the issue. I mean, they keep scoring points because they have to, but that's because of the whole Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams partnership, and they're running the ball like crazy. Monangai had, 170 yards on the ground yesterday? He was awesome. So the Bears, let's look at their last 6 games. Bears have scored 47, 16 against Baltimore, 26, 25, 25, 31. That is substantially better than last year. The issue with the Bears is that they keep feasting on bad teams like that. I laugh because, I said earlier on the show they suck. They don't really suck. Their fans suck. But you've beaten the Raiders, the Commanders, the Saints, the Bengals. And guess who the Bears play this week? The Giants. Yay! Another bad team. So we're going to good, better, best to 6-3 after you beat Jackson Dart.
Dude, honestly, Baltimore, no Lamar. Cincinnati, no Burrow. Giants, no Malik Neighbors or Scadaboo. They are getting
it's all
very
working
lucky
out.
in this
all
situation.
Working out.
Yeah.
Yep, good for them. I know the fan base is dying for a winner, and they may have a winning record this year. I still think whenever they face a really good team, they're going to get smoked, which, I mean, they got smoked by the Lions and smoked by the Ravens. So that's fair. That's not the game you asked about, though. Detroit-Washington, let's pivot back there as I try and get my thoughts back on the tracks here. So Superbook has this off the board. A lot of books actually don't have this game up right now because there's just I guess a guessing game. I don't know. But
there's nothing to guess. Jaden Daniels out indefinitely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Odds Logic, though, and there's multiple books that don't have it up right now, which is weird.
Yeah.
Now, BetMGM has it up and has 7.5 on Detroit. Detroit favored by 7.5 on the road. The look-ahead number was 3.5. So that's it. I mean, I
think
it feels a little light. It feels light, and also, isn't this a game where Detroit? I mean, if you're going to bet against Detroit because of what they've done the last couple of weeks, that's how you get in trouble in the NFL. We know that. Oh, you're betting on what you last saw. Or you're betting on the last 2 games. Oh, that's not going to happen. And Detroit's going to win by 14 points. So there goes one book to 9.5 on Detroit as we speak. That's offshore. That's Chris. 9.5. Detroit minus 9.5. BetMGM has 7.5. I might have to lay that 7.5 right now, Joe. Not going to lie.
It's scary, but I like Detroit a lot. This is the spot. This is it. Right?
They
should
should
Darnold did in
pound
the
them.
first half. Yeah. I know you turned the TV off at halftime. Okay?
I did.
It was
'cause
over.
I was mad.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I understand why. All right. Here's another movement. This is not based off a quarterback injury. This is a game that a lot of people will be betting. Yay, we get Sunday morning football back. They're going to be in Berlin, Germany. Indianapolis, Atlanta. So the Colts, they could not stop turning the football over. Daniel Jones, horrendous against Pittsburgh. Give the Steelers defense credit. They bounced back, but the Colts were terrible. And then Atlanta missed extra point. Missed extra point from it being an even game against the Patriots. They lose by 1 on the road, but they do cover fairly easily against Drake May and company. Things keep going New England's way there. So a better performance out of Atlanta. This number comes down. The look ahead was 7. They got off the 7, Sam. They just said, let's make the Colts -6, 6.5, depending on where you're looking this morning for this international matchup.
I will say that missed extra point was good, though, for anybody that bet the Falcons plus the points. Because then you didn't have to get skunked late on a touchdown. That was perfect. If you had the points, I know a lot of people that I respected took Atlanta +6. That number got down to about 4.5 on Saturday. Then there was another push the other way on New England day of the game, got it back to about 5.5. And if they make that extra point, there's a chance either the Patriots go down the field and score a touchdown or the Patriots win by 6 in overtime. Like, that was a possibility for sure. So I understand if you're a Falcons fan, you probably hated the missed extra point. But if you were a Falcons bettor, that was great because then it removed all urgency on New England, and then they just had to run the clock out. So I've said this for years now. I love Atlanta fundamentally as a dog. I hate them as a favorite. So I lean to the dog. Look ahead number here was 7, and that is a little bit lower, a smidge lower, as Joe just pointed out. I understand the move. The Falcons are enticing when they're catching 6, 6.5. They are. And I would probably go there before I would go to the Colts side. Somebody had a very funny meme, I guess, of Daniel Jones. They cut to him during one of the breakdowns. The Colts had a bad breakdown on the offensive line, and somebody took a screen grab of Daniel Jones's eyes when he realized it. And his eye just like bug-eyed. Oh no, what do I do? And then when you play the whole clip forward, he sees the pressure, his eyes get super big, and then he hurls a pick. Yep. I think it was a Giants fan that posted the meme. I know this look too well. And I don't think it's fair to say that the meltdown is coming. What if it is? I'm just saying. I mean, you can't look at 8 years. I'm going to guess Daniel Jones has been in the league for 8 years, give or take. You can't look at 7 years of bad football and 1 year or 1/2 year of brilliant football and think that that's the norm. You're kind of waiting for that other shoe to drop. He's been in the league 7 years now, close enough. He was bad forever, and now suddenly he's great. And I think we've all kind of been waiting for this to happen, and I wonder how they bounce back. They probably will. They probably should. But are you laying 6 with that guy in Berlin?
No. I am not. Jonathan Taylor, 45 yards.
Bum.
Is JSN live? Is Bust. JSN live for OPOY? Another 100-yard game for JSN last night.
Of course.
Let's go.
Why not?
Please.
I think McCaffrey should be more. I still can't believe the price on McCaffrey. Not to take away from your JSN. I know you have a JSN bet. It's a better bet than my bet is right now for sure. McCaffrey, like if you watch the Niners game, McCaffrey did everything yesterday for that team. And here's the thing about playing against San Francisco. You know it's coming. There's nothing else they have. There's nothing else they can do offensively. And he continues to get 140 yards a game and score a touchdown or 2 on an offense that's horrible. Horrible. You take him off that team, they might have 2 wins. But you put him on that team and they keep finding ways to win, and people bet against them every single week. I think he's more valuable than any offensive weapon in the league right now. But JSN has the stats. I mean, JSN's been incredible, man. Incredible.
JSN has more receiving yards than Jonathan Taylor has rushing yards.
Yeah.
He should be their next game. Yeah. Oof. He's finally getting some love, and he got it last night for Sunday Night Football. Big matchup there. Is there any game that jumps out to you? Like, oh, I got one that stands out, and it's the team in your backyard. Let's see now the Patriots on the road in Tampa. Bucks coming off a bye. Can't wait to see this one. Do the Bucks get back on track? They weren't looking great before that bye. How healthy are they going to be? Here you go, Drake May. This is going to be a tougher test. They shut down the run, so it's going to be a pass-heavy game for New England. I'm looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of sharps on Tampa, and I think New England's going to be the public dog. This is already out to 2.5. I don't know that we get through 3, but we could get 2-3, no doubt. Look ahead, there was 1.5. They reopen at 2.5. Makes sense to me. I can't wait for this Monday night game, man. Philly and Green Bay. So Green Bay loses to Carolina, and now Green Bay goes from 3 to 2.5 at home against the Eagles, the world champs, coming in off the bye, right? So Eagles off the bye?
Yes, correct.
Eagles are
15
better,
days.
man. They're just better. They're just a better team. They're better.
Yep. 2.5 numbers, very interesting. Hey, JJ McCarthy, go do it again. Lamar's coming in. All right, let's see. Let's see what you got, kid. Some good games, some good matchups. Looking forward to it. Joe O, Sammy P, Monday Moons next on BetSweats.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
It started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon.
You have an Aries sun and a Libra moon, so that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Fade them to the moon.
Why some say the moon?
It is juice to the moon.
Can we talk about Gore Moon?
We choose to go to the moon.
Pacers, moon.
We choose to go to the moon because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
Time for Monday Moons. We usually do this 11 a.m. Eastern. Got Shay and Irving coming on in 20 minutes from now, so we decided to do Monday Moons a little bit earlier than usual. All right, time to hand out some moons. Let's be positive. Let's reward some great performances from over the weekend since we last spoke on Friday morning. Sam, where are you going first?
I've got 3 moons, and I'm going to do this quickly because I think off of one of my moons, we're going to have a conversation about the World Series, which we really haven't done yet. And that's okay. We still have half the show left, give or take. Blood moon goes to SMU for the color red, the Mustangs. What a win. Rhett Lashley upset against his former team. Lashley was the OC at Miami, then took the job at SMU to be the head coach, and they were better than Miami. Miami was a 12-point favorite, 12.5, I believe, last Wednesday on this show, when we told you to bet SMU. And that number got down to about 11, 10.5 day of the game, and SMU was just better. Now, Miami definitely didn't help itself with all the turnovers and all the penalties, but tip your cap to SMU. Blood moon to Rhett Lashley, who I don't know is going to be at SMU that much longer. There's a lot of openings right now. He may be headed for one of those jobs in the SEC because he is an up-and-comer, and he's eventually going to be a high program level coach. But Blood Moon, SMU. Blue Moon. Let's give it to the Buffalo Bills. I mean, come on. Like, there's not one person that thought the Bills were going to win on this network. Oh, wait, there was one. Me. That's it. The only person on the entire network that thought that was going to happen.
It's a waste of money, I heard.
Yeah, I know. The Bills were living in the backfield. They were getting to Mahomes. The pressure was real. I think they pressured him 15 times, or did they hit him 15 times? I mean, they changed a lot of the way that they attack the Chiefs. And I'm not going to get ridiculous. I'm not going to overreact. I still don't know that it's going to happen in the playoffs because the Chiefs are a different monster when the games matter most. But that is now 5-1 for the Bills against the Chiefs in the regular season. And I never understood why the Bills were catching 2.5 at home when the number was Bills minus 2.5 last year. The issue that I have with Buffalo, like, they win that game, I don't trust Sean McDermott. Like, that field goal try was bad. Bad. Only bad things can come from that. I mean, if you're a Chiefs bettor yesterday, you probably thought they had a chance after he donks the field goal. And then Mahomes has a couple cracks down the field. Like, that was bad. They also lost another defensive guy. Was it Hecht? He tore his Achilles. It's tough, man. So you've been without Oliver. You've been without Jones. And now Hecht is out for the year with an Achilles. That was a nice win for Buffalo, and I thought they were impressive, but that may have been addition by subtraction with another warm body that they lost on the defensive line. And, you know, you win that game, you put yourself in a good spot. Now you're 7-2. Like, you're doing your job. But the problem is the Chiefs are still going to be there at the very end. And I'm not going to say that it's over, and I'm not going to say the Bills are winning the Super Bowl. I mean, I hope it happens, but Bills are 6-2, by the way. Patriots are 7-2. So let's give the Bills a blue moon. And no moons to the Toronto Blue Jays, who I don't know how didn't win Game 7 of the World Series. I was in a pretty good spot when Bo Bichette hit the 3-run homer. We had just got done with dinner, and I thought, all right, let's go finish this. Because I got that future bet, not at a great price, but before the playoffs was fine enough. No moons to IKF. Like, what are you doing? You're on third base. You're the winning run in the World Series, and you don't get a lead or a secondary lead and get nailed at the plate. There's a lefty at the plate. He's not hitting a line drive to third base, Joe. It's not happening. Like, the odds of him hitting a line drive to the third base bag as a left-handed swinger, we're in the 1% range of probability, maybe even less. I got some numbers to back that up too. But if you get a lead or a secondary lead, you win the World Series. And you don't, and the Blue Jays lose. Despite scoring 8 more runs than the Dodgers in the World Series, the Blue Jays lose the World Series. No Moons. No Moons Jeff Feinberg. No Moons Rob Pizzola. None.
Oh. So Feinberg was on national TV. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, so I watched the videos that Ian McMillan did. Did you watch that one?
I did not.
He was crying.
Damn.
I didn't want to laugh. Sorry, Ian. I didn't mean to. But so I clicked on it, preparing myself to laugh in the moment. And then I watched it. I did not laugh at all, even though I laughed right there like a jerk. I didn't laugh at all. Like, it was so sad. And then I was like, oh, kind of wish I liked sports that much. Because I don't anymore. Like, I don't have those. If my team were to lose, I'm like, I would move on, maybe pissed off for 5 minutes, and it's over. It's done for. And I will give it up to Ian because he is a real fan. Like, there's a lot of people like that we see in the space that we end up following that say they're Blue Jays fans. I'm not calling anybody out. I'm just saying I see it. Because a lot of Canadians bet, and a lot of them are in this space. He is a fan, whether they're good or not. Like, he shows videos, him going to games. When he was living in New York, he'd go watch them play with the Yankees there. Like, fan. Not when they're good, he's jumping on the bandwagon. He's a real fan. There's a lot of people I'm like, I've never seen you tweet or say anything about the Blue Jays in your life. Oh, you're a fan. I didn't know. I thought you hate baseball, So, like, he's a fan, so I get why it just rips his heart out. And he was going into the 28-3 thing. And just, every team he roots for, they never win. It's the whole hockey too. It was something, man. And then he's like going into like, we'll got to create content. He started tearing up.
Tough. It's tough, man.
It's tough. But if I was younger, I would have felt the same way. But I just can't. Like, the sports now, like, in being in this business, you just kind of remove the fandom part. I think a lot of people do. Maybe I'm the abnormal one. Anyways, Crescent Moon. I can't pick one because they all helped me cash a nice ticket on the Dodgers. Miguel Rojas, man. Last hitter. It was Gut by Dave Roberts. The guy that follows the numbers more than anyone. He's out there because of Gut. He had a feeling he was going to have a big game. And in that moment, boom, steps up homer. Like, you can't forget that. Yamamoto. The number kept dropping for MVP. I'm like, I don't see it. But I didn't know he was going to come out and be the savior in Game 6 and Game 7. And then that's exactly what ends up happening. That was ridiculous. The moment that I will always think of when it comes to this World Series is the replay on Will Smith at home plate. Lifts the cleat and just barely gets it back down. Everybody is, the country is watching frame by frame of that. I thought they were going to reverse it. I'm like, oh my God. I'm going to lose this Dodgers World Series bet because he just barely lifted his cleat off the plate for a split second, but he gets it back down. I can't pick any of them, but Crescent Moon to all those guys. Rojas, Yamamoto, and Will Smith. I was like, when Will Smith homered, it's like, is he going to be the MVP? No, they give it to Yamamoto. 100-1 before the playoffs started. 100-1. 30-1 after Game 5, which we talked about on the show. Full moon, because you've got to. I said it in real time. Kirk's up. Double play. Let's go. The runner on third never scores. He's so out of shape. Let's get this double play right here. Hits it to the spot. He cannot hit it. Steps on two. He's out at first by a mile. So give the full moon to Alejandro Kirk. Appreciate that one. Let's go Crow Moon on a couple of players that scored 3 touchdowns apiece. Drake London, Brock Bowers. They got the black unis. Let's go Crow Moon for each of those guys. Great performances yesterday. And let's go Blood Moon. Kyle Manungai steps in. RB2. Swift out, no problem. The RB3 was out as well. No problem. One guy goes for like 176. And then it was a last-second bet. Thank you, Britton Brown. I didn't know your name before yesterday. I'm like, oh, the Bears activated him. Maybe he'll get a few cracks at it. You know, Ben Johnson likes to use multiple backs. 12-1 for an anytime touchdown. So he brought a smile on a day that did not have a lot of them. It was a rough day at the office with NFL sides. All right, Paul Aspen, Monday Moons. Where you at?
I regrettably have to give an orange moon to Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos, who win another game they should have lost, and that team still stinks. Like a 40-yard scamper to put them into field goal range at the end. By the way, the Texans clock management in the final minute, fireable offenses, incomplete pass, et cetera, et cetera.
18 points.
Anyway, on happier notes, similar story to you, a green moon to Torrey Horton, infamously of the room in the past, but a first touchdown bet. Just fired one in before kickoff, picked 4 guys. He was one of them, 15-1. First touchdown bet to save the weekend as he cashes in a 15-1 in last night's Sunday Night Football game. And then I really hope Jake has the moon I think he has. So, Jake.
What a lead in there. I'm not sure what, but I mean, ultra blue moon for the Dodgers cashes the very stupid parlay. And then moon falling out of the sky, crashing through the roof of this guy's house, who the second the game ends felt the need to DM me. Oh, you sure Ohtani's the MVP? Did you even watch the World Series? Shut up, dude. You have your fraternity in your bio still, proud founding father of Gamma Nu. Shut up. Get out of my face, you big loser. So that guy gets no moon. And then waning moon for the guy at the party I was at. For the first time in probably 10 years, watched someone projectile vomit all over themselves at a party. That was tough for that guy. Waning moon for him.
No Yamamoto, Jake? Despite
nothing
having that ink.
I mean, he was awesome. I mean, that was fantastic.
You didn't bet it.
No, I didn't have. I had no Yamamoto, but I only had Dodgers. But he was great. I mean, he ruled. It was 136 pitches in 24 hours. That rocks.
Credit everyone that bet that down from 30 to 10 without a game.
Yep.
Like they got home. Good on them. Shane Irving next. Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, thanks for hanging out this morning on BetSweats, BetMGM Network. Now we check in with the biggest Cowboys fan that we know. His name is Shay in Irving, at Shay in Irving. Over on X, you know him from Dan Patrick Takes a Gamble and this show as well. Shay, how you doing, man?
Probably better than y'all.
Yeah, definitely that.
Yeah,
for damn sure.
For sure.
All right.
Definitely.
If Cowboys win tonight, they got to looking around. Well, the division, you know, you wish Philly was closer. I'm not going to say division, but with Washington, their season's down the tube. Same thing, of course, with the Giants. Do they have a chance at the playoffs with a win tonight?
This is the worst part about being a Cowboys fan is they pull you back in. You know, they're like dating a girl with borderline personality disorder. Like, you drop her off at rehab for the last time, and she promises she's going to get her meds right, and she's never going to disappear again. And then she gets that 28-day chip, and you celebrate, and it's a sweet night. And then she disappears again. And she wakes up 3 months later in Las Cruces, New Mexico, forgetting who the hell you are. So, no, they can't make the playoffs.
No? Okay.
No, dude. This is
Hold on.
You're talking about jumping the Bears, jumping the Panthers? Come on.
That sounded way too personal. Rewind for 45 seconds. That sounded way too personal.
Her name was Courtney, and I loved her. I did everything for her. Got her sober, cleaned her up, got her a job, and she disappeared. And it wasn't New Mexico. It was Gilroy, California, the garlic capital of the world. And I'll never get that freaking stench out of my nostrils.
Damn. Courtney Love. I didn't know.
It was a hard day. Man. Don't tell the roommate. Listen, the Cowboys, okay, look how many moves Howie's made in the last 2 weeks. How many moves? Wow. Cowboys got the second most room cap space, right? Second most cap space available. They've done nothing. Not a darn thing. Howie just got another rush end, right, from Miami. Jalen, whatever his name is. By the way, he's white, right?
No. Who? Howie Roseman?
No. The end they just got from Miami. Jalen, what's his name?
Phillips.
Yeah. The way he spells it. Jaelan. Do you see that?
Yeah, I hate the way. Yeah.
Is that like a millennial parent thing, or where do you get that? Why do you spell it that way? Jalen. But the Cowboys aren't trying to win. The Cowboys aren't trying to go to the playoffs, is my point. They don't care. They'd be making moves if they wanted to because they need defensive help. It's the worst defense in the NFL, period, bar none. You ain't making the playoffs like that.
See the Bengals?
Why are we not just betting over 53.5 tonight?
Wasn't it 54.5 yesterday? Am I crazy?
Yeah, there's some 54s there.
But it opened 51.5, and it's been bet up, and you know what goes up must come down. I don't need to tell you that, Shay. So 51.5 to 54.5, and now we're kind of in the middle at 53.5.
I mean, I'm taking that over any kind of spread because no spread is safe with the Cowboys defense. So I'm taking the over-under instead of any kind of side.
When you saw it's Brissett, it's not Kyler Murray, was it a nothing burger, or were you like, oh, I kind of preferred it to be Kyler coming home?
It doesn't matter. I mean, we're going to make anybody out there look like Joe Montana. It don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we made Caleb Williams started this whole, by the way, the Bears. We'll get into that later. But Caleb Williams started this whole ascendance with the Cowboys game. He threw for 300 yards, finally got back on his feet, looked like a normal quarterback. Fingernails be damned. It was because of the Cowboys defense.
We can talk about the Bears right now. I said earlier on the show they suck, and I kind of walked that back a little bit, and then I was like, actually, let's look at their schedule. Beating the Cowboys, the Raiders, the Commanders, the Saints, and the Bengals. Yay.
Yeah, it's not an impressive resume, but still, what was their season total?
8.5.
8.5, just like last year.
Right. All right.
When your defensive coordinator was the head coach, and he went way under that. On tonight, how are the Cowboys against the tight end position? That is one thing that certainly stands out to me, that McBride gets involved a lot more when Brissett is under center, targets him a lot more. He gets touchdowns when Brissett's the quarterback. How have they been defending the tight end?
Awful at everything, but they're way worse at defending over the top. So the underneath stuff is not as awful as it should be because there's so much opportunity over the top. If you're an offensive coordinator, why are you throwing the 7-yard outs when you know they can do a double move and be open by 15 yards, 30 yards down the sideline?
I'm betting the over 53.5. I'm doing
Let's do it. I'll
Over.
ride with that, dude. I'll ride with that. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this now for 2 straight weeks, and I've gotten there both times on the over. Teams that face Dallas, those matchups all season long are averaging 60 points and 800 yards of offense.
800.
And I keep telling myself, well, that can't keep going, and they just keep going over.
Eberflus is just incapable of adjusting, incapable of solving problems. He is an idiot.
So
and a moron.
it is him, because I feel like he's getting a semi-pass because of the Parsons trade right before the year gets started, and he's thrown into this odd scenario. He didn't pick any of the players. It's all the guys that were there and the ones that Jerry did not trade. So you think this is on Eberflus a lot, or no?
For sure. Of course it is. Of course it is. He's the man behind the wheel when it comes to the defensive scheme. And I don't care what players you did or didn't want. This is a historically bad defense. This is not, middle of the road or, 25th ranked. This is historically bad. Has not been done before this many times in a row. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. If that ain't on the DC, then nothing's on anybody. And we're all just free living organisms without willpower or agency or anything else in life.
Is Texas making the college football playoff?
Oh my God, dude. What happened? Okay. Arch Manning looked like a Manning as opposed to an adopted kid who wandered into their house. He is throwing into blitzes, right? He's seeing the defensive scheme. He's avoiding sacks. Some of his balls look sharp as hell. I mean, I don't know what happened, but it's clearly in between his temples that he had the problem. I don't think he was really injured, but something clicked against Vandy. I don't know what it was, but that defense collapsed in the fourth quarter. That was scary as hell to watch. But if Arch is back, dude.
I mean, they could beat Georgia. I'm not calling my shot, but they could beat Georgia. They 100% could. And then you beat Arkansas, and then your season comes down to Texas and Texas A&M in Austin.
Yep. Now, think about this. If Arch played like he did, even half like he did against Vandy, we beat Ohio State. That's a fact. And if this team can put it together like they did against Vandy, they can beat Georgia. I totally agree. The TMU game is what really scares me because TMU, I mean, that's going to be, that's a nitty-gritty, dirty game. And they're good. But the one thing that Texas has, I don't know if it's an advantage or if it's a good matchup, they got defensive speed. And TMU's got offensive speed. So I think head-to-head, I think that's going to be a pretty damn good show.
Well, you guys will be favored. He'll be favored in that game. Should be.
Yeah, at home. Yeah. You guys don't think that this team with that quarterback would be up for discussion to make it if they're a 3-loss SEC team?
Who's that lost to? TMU?
Yes.
Or Georgia? That's the
question. Georgia would be a better loss. At Georgia would be a better loss because then your two of your losses are at Ohio State and at Georgia.
And at Florida.
Yeah.
I think they got a better shot if they beat Georgia and lose TMU in a tight game, a rivalry game. I think they have a better resume to get into the playoffs that route.
Yeah,
it's
okay. I see that,
but also if they finally mount the Georgia ghost, if they finally slay that dragon at Georgia.
Yeah. But if you beat an 11-0 A&M team in the final game of the season,
It's a good
I
one.
feel
I
like
know,
that has
I
a
know.
ton of weight. A ton.
You're right. It's that
But
last
I mean,
game of the
I see
season.
both sides. I see
Yeah.
both sides for sure. I got to look at that
That
price
last
on
game
them
of
to
the
make the
season
playoff.
crap.
Yeah, I do think there's a chance though. If there's one school that could get in with 3 losses, this would be it with this quarterback, and they would want to put them in. But we'll have to see how things look elsewhere. What else from the weekend? Give us something that pissed you off. College,
Halloween.
NFL.
Dude, I'll tell you about worst freaking holiday, fake holiday of my life. You know, it's a whole pageantry now. I got 3 daughters.
Mm-hmm.
So they all scream and yell about how their makeup ain't right and their uniform ain't fitting and all this other crap. You got trunk or treat at the school where you got to go mingle with parents that you don't like. You got.
I've never gone. Forget it.
I had to. I never went either. And then the roommate started like recruiting me into this thing. And of course, she's like gal about town, knows everybody. Everybody knows her. They're like, "Oh, how are you? Good to see you." I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of them. And it sucks. I reject the pagan holiday. We should all go to church instead. And it's a waste of time. We should all never celebrate it again.
I agree. What were the costumes?
Dude, one of my daughters was like a freaking Beanie Baby or some crap. The other one was a convict, which was, dude, my 9-year-old daughter picked out this like convict jumpsuit, and it had like the chain and like what your crime was right here, and a piece of chalk so she could write on it. And she started writing out like M-U, and I was like, "What? You can't put murder? Murder? You can't put that and then go trick or treat? No, write something like wire fraud or something normal in this part of the country." And the other one was an angel or some crap. I don't know.
I told Joe I went out Friday night, and the average 25-year-old female was just dressed like a whore. Like, that's basically it. With horned rim glasses on, and just that's what it is.
That's all. It's a night off for chastity. That's it.
Yep, pretty much.
It's gross. Did you see the kids, dude? The kids are dressing. Oh, it's just disgusting. This whole holiday, hyper capitalist bull.
What did you look at anything for next week? College, NFL. I know it's super early. I don't know how you're going to handle tonight as far as that goes. If you want to share that, go for it. But anything else on the docket?
I mean, I'm going to hit the over with Sam. I'll do that.
Okay.
But, I mean, on the look-aheads, Georgia Tech, I mean, losing this weekend, they already hit their season win total over. I hammered that, 7.5. I think it was juiced to like minus 160, though. But them losing, I'm looking for some bouncing backing. And I think Hayes King is going to turn it up and turn it on.
So the one game that I really don't want to fall victim to is this Oregon at Iowa game. You know, that number is about 5.5, 6 now. And I feel like by the time we get to Saturday, that's going to be the most trendy dog. And I'm trying my best to avoid the Iowa plus 5.5, 6 trap. I feel like it's a trap.
You know, I felt the same way about Texas Tech being the road favorite at K-State. And the K-State just collapsed at the end. I don't know, man. I think Iowa might have a shot here.
Yeah.
Call it trendy or not. It's going to be cold, dude.
It's cold in Oregon, too, this time of the year.
Yeah, but they got so many like Nike warm-ups and crap they do. It's different.
Yeah. Is there a team you like to win it all?
Who? To win it all? Texas, yeah. Texas.
Don't even know if they're making it.
What are we even doing here? Hook them.
Plus 250. Plus 250 to make. And to win the title, you could find a 35-1 on Texas to win the title.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well.
This would be the time. You got to do it now. I mean, like we said, lost, they're probably out.
Oh, but you know this movie. You know you're going to be ready to rip the TV off the wall when Sark goes from the shotgun on 4th and goal at the 1. You already know it.
He would. He would totally do that. That son of a gun. I'll make him start drinking again.
35-1
is pretty damn good. 35 to 1 is
It
good.
is.
Who do y'all? I mean, listen. I think Georgia is obviously something sexy, but I like Ole Miss, dude. I like Ole Miss. I like Ole Miss. I like Trinidad. They should have won the Georgia game. I like them.
All right, good stuff. Best of luck to your Cowboys tonight. Sam said he's not going to watch it.
Way to go, Sam.
I'll see you in a month, though. I'll see you in 1 month. I'll be there.
Let's do it.
There's our guy, Ian Irving. Make sure you check him out. Dan Patrick Takes the Gamble, among many other things. He's got his own podcast as well. Joe O, Sammy P. Keep it here. We'll find out where the room is at next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, Where's the Room is coming up, I think. Where's the Room? We'll bring in Paul Aspen in just a moment. We'll find out NFL and what else we have going on. Because college basketball also underway, so we've got a little bit of everything. Baseball wraps up, and we go right to some of our other winter sports starting up here. But let's find out where the room is at on Cardinals-Cowboys.
Where's the room?
All right, Paul, where are we starting? NFL?
As opposed to?
I don't know. You said there might be stuff, college basketball.
Oh, college basketball?
NBA's
Yeah, they
happening.
got some. Yeah, sure. We'll spin the dial, but we'll start with NFL. Just got a text from a buddy who just got to Costa Rica and he's poolside, and that seems like a great place to be right now. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, NFL tonight. Most bet player.
Yeah, with
props.
the NFL. Anybody else like? Why didn't I just fade the room? Why didn't I just do that? Forget all the stress. You know you're going to get a couple at least.
And even that's even when they had the Broncos too, and they got there, and that's the only one they got.
Well, they got one tonight, right?
Right. They're on the Cowboys.
Friday? Yeah, they're on the Cowboys. It's one of them.
Yeah. All right. So their props. Most bet props at BetMGM for tonight. Number 5, Bam Knight. Under 12.5 rushing attempts at minus 1.
Who the hell is that? What team?
Don't even know who that is. No clue.
I think Cardinals.
They bet the under?
Yeah. I guess they think it's going to be a passing game.
Bam. All right. Under Bam Knight. Don't know who he is. Okay.
Okay.
That's
what
that's
else?
a random one.
That's a random one. Javonte Williams under 2.5 receptions at even money.
Okay.
This is a bummer. Marvin over 58.5 receiving yards at minus 115.
No way.
Gonna have to look elsewhere.
Against that defense, I understand taking anybody on the Cardinals offense. I can't do that, especially now.
So in a game with the number in the 50s, they're not betting CeeDee Lamb. He's healthy, right? They're betting George Pickens over 64.5 receiving yards at minus 110.
Called that one. Saw that one coming.
Mm-hmm. George. Yeah, he's been good in the last month or so.
Yeah. And the room. The room is the best. Most bet player prop at BetMGM for tonight's game. Michael Wilson over 2.5 receptions at minus 118.
Let's go. I was very scared that you were going to say McBride or something Brissett. That's crazy. So, we have almost exclusively Arizona Cardinals player props. And none are McBride. None are the starting quarterback. It's wild.
He is the most bet first touchdown, Trey McBride. And he's on the top 5 most bet anytime touchdown.
Okay.
CD him there as well.
But, yeah, I mean, you're probably going to pick all the receivers, all the, Is Ferguson in there? I assume so.
Ferguson's in there for both first and anytime. You know who's not in there for any of the touchdown bets? Marvin.
Marvin with a 40-yard touchdown and nothing else.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, their defense is so bad. You're in on the over no matter what. Like, I don't care what the score is going into the fourth quarter. It's either already cashed or you're still live, even if you need a ton of scoring to get it there. I don't see any. Do you see anything as far as college basketball or anything else for today? I do not.
Nothing on sides. Like some of the just I'll give a quick rundown of some conference bets they've made. They're high on Clemson. Clemson has the most bets to win the ACC. Texas Tech has the most bets to win the Big 12. They're also the favorite. Penn State, most bets to win the Big 10. Ohio State's the favorite there. And the SEC, LSU, again, this is basketball, most bets to win the SEC. Alabama is the favorite there.
Sam, is there anything worth taking a look at, or at this point in the season, start of college basketball, so much other stuff going on? Do you kind of wait out a lot of the non-conference BS?
No, I think actually the opposite. I mean, there are some teams that, as is often the case in most sports, NFL, college football, NBA, prices and lines are shaped by what teams did last year or by what the preseason magazines all say, right? Like, think about college football. If you would have bet against Clemson, Texas, and Penn State every week, like, think about how much money you would have made. So there are teams like that in college basketball that just have this high, what's the term? This high reputation because of what happened last year. And I think if you can find the right teams that are either overvalued or undervalued, you can do a ton. Like a perfect example tonight is like Villanova at BYU. That's a game in Vegas. BYU's probably got a kid that's going to go either 1 or 2 in the draft. And I think a lot of people would look at that and go, well, wait a minute. Like Villanova's catching 9 points. Well, it's now 9.5 and now it's 10. BYU is good. BYU is Final Four good. But I think there's a lot of people that just run to this Villanova side because it's Villanova, and Villanova used to be a powerhouse, but hasn't been a powerhouse in years past. So when you see big name programs catching big numbers and the line is still moving against them, that's worth paying attention to. Like I'm personally not going to bet the game, but I'm definitely not interested in taking 9.5 with Nova. Not going to happen. Like for me, it would be BYU or pass. I'm electing to pass, but we'll get into it. I mean, I just gave you a bet at 11 o'clock that is now 19-12 with 9 minutes to go. Good start, but with any under, you never know what's going to happen in the second half with free throws and potential for overtime. But no, I'm not timid early. If I see a line or two that feel off, I'll go in. Like Florida, Arizona is another one. Like I think Florida just wins the national championship. Now Florida's only laying 3 to Arizona. Arizona's good. Arizona's got a good team this year. So I did circle 804 Arizona plus 3.5. Don't know that I'll get there, but you're fading teams that have either been good or were good last year. And that's sort of how I like to roll early in seasons.
I meant as far as futures. Like, are you waiting to see? Yeah. Are you waiting to see what they are, or do you want to jump in because, you know what, this 50 is going to be 20 pretty quickly. And when people start to realize.
Sure. I'll be honest with you. I haven't done my future work yet. I mean, there's a couple teams that I like. BYU is one of them. And that price has been bet over the last couple of weeks. We should do futures one of these days, whether it's Tuesday or Wednesday. We should take a peek at the board and look at some teams in that 20 to 40 range that have the ability to really get on runs this year and be in a good spot heading into the tournament.
For sure. BYU, speaking of them, they're 20 at BetMGM. You're not going that far down the board when you go to 20 to 40 because your favorite is Purdue, obviously. They're number 1 AP poll, so typically that team's going to be your favorite. Plus 950 you can still get. So that's the shortest number out there. So when you go to that 20 to 40 range, you're talking about teams that are right there. There may be some of them inside the top 10. So, yeah, certainly worth discussing because there's a lot of people that won't even take a look until after the Super Bowl. Like, all right, who do I bet in college basketball? Well, where have you been the last 3 to 4 months? Because you missed a lot. Yeah, you may like that team at 15. Guess what? They were 45 not that long ago. And you don't want to miss opportunities like that. So we'll start to get our finger on the pulse of that. We'll talk futures at some point this week as well in college basketball with that getting started this week. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, and yes, can we check the Shea shot? It has, people don't see this on the video stream, but we see it. It's a frozen shot of Shea when he exited the room here 15 minutes ago. And it is quite distracting. Is it not, Sam?
I think it's great. I mean, we need a little bit of that in our lives. We need a little humor in our lives, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of, we have some new reviews on Apple Podcasts. I saw these yesterday because I just happened to be looking for. Okay, I wanted to read the one if we can.
Okay,
is that cool with you?
Yeah.
All right. Actually, we have two new more. I didn't see this last one. Okay, great. I only saw the one from the 24th, which is from Spend My Dollar, and it is 5 stars. A podcast that will be remembered. We'll see. We'll see about that. I've been here since episode 1. This show will go down as one of the most underrated betting shows of all time. First Bet the Board and now Bet Sweats. Sad face. This is a sad year for the space. Joe and Sammy, we love you and we will miss you. We look forward to supporting your next project wherever it may be. Thank you, Spend My Dollar. That's not me. I know that's not Joe. Like, I don't have the energy to write that review. It's not us. It's not how we roll. And then this one.
That's a good point though about Bet the Board too. Like, the space is, and I'm not going to say anything about us. You can have your own opinions, but that was an excellent show. One, as far as I know, still in the sports betting media space, one of the hosts not. I think most people don't know this, that in the early days of Bet the Board, you were the producer.
Yep. I was the first producer for Bet the Board. I used to produce it out of WGN Radio in Chicago. No doubt. Yep.
That's a good show.
Also, this is from Glinken. I'm not going to read the subject. That's a very funny.
Okay.
Did you?
Now I got to look.
Did you see?
I didn't notice, or maybe I'm forgetting.
You need to look at the subject of the review. It is very funny. I will just read the description of the review, though, or the bio of the review. Do you see the subject now?
Yeah, I see it.
It's very funny. Okay. Glinken writes, "This is a great listen. Just a few guys having fun mixing sports, gambling, and laughs. Love the creative segments they use to fill time and the chemistry between Joe and Sammy. Every segment is different and a must listen." I don't know about all that, but I sincerely appreciate that review. So I noticed the first one yesterday because I was going back to listen to something we said on Friday and I kind of slid a little too far and I saw, we have a new review. So I do appreciate the podcast that will be remembered. That's very nice. It is not easy. I assure you people, it is not easy to do these shows now. It's just not. And we don't talk about it a lot, but 15 hours a week plus the weekend, like while you're sinking, is not fun. And it's very draining and it blows. But we're going to do our best. That much I can promise you.
I hate excuses, but sometimes it's just the reality of the situation. You did better than I did in the NFL. There is zero doubt that it impacted my performance on picking winners. How could it not? It's difficult to find motivation, but whatever.
Yep, then get up.
Just get to December 28th.
Get up Monday morning and do it again for 3 more hours.
Yep. And tomorrow, no matter what. I know, man. Not easy, but whatever. I wish more people agreed with some of the people that review the show or that we hear from. I wish more people did.
I feel like 4.8 stars is pretty good. And a lot of the reviews in the last, I'm looking at every review since October 2024 that they actually left words, because you can review it without leaving, a written review. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 reviews written since October 24, and they're all 5 stars.
Which we never ask for, by the way.
No.
And we see numbers that other people don't. Like, oh, The show is up 400%. It's the fastest growing show on the network. You would think that would mean something, but maybe not. All right, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. We've got lightning bets coming up on the other side. Our looks for, of course, Monday Night Football. Maybe Sammy has more ideas, something to take a look at in college basketball as well. He gave you a pick earlier on in the day with college hoops action going on all day here. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. It's weekdays at 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
And it's going to sound like sour grapes, and I don't really give a shit, but I think the better team did not win this series. I think the Blue Jays are the better team, and I feel like they played baseball a certain way that was infectious, that grabbed the attention of the fans, and it's disheartening to see that the better team did not win. And that's not to take anything away from the Dodgers, but the Blue Jays, they did so many things correct. They did so many things right.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
From Sportsnet,
Take a lead off third base. Like, shut up.
Bro, Caleb Joseph, former MLB player, Sportsnet in Canada, says the better team did not win. This is not sour grapes. And then he swears live on air.
You had so many opportunities to win the World Series and could not deliver. That's the definition of not being the better team.
There's nobody more talented. Nobody. It was a surprise to some that you pushed it to 7 games. We felt it would be a competitive series. They take that 3-2 lead. We're the better team. No, that's why you play a best of 7. You played 7 games and you lost 4 of them. Not the better team. Cool stories. Maybe Vlad ends up being the guy and Bichette coming back from injury. Yes. Like what? How did they get through with the pitching? It was remarkable. But that's why the series ended up going to 7 games. That's why you pushed the Dodgers that far. How many times did they have runners in scoring position they couldn't knock them in? Again and again and again. You were not the better team. Get out of here.
Should I, having heard that, I'm wondering, should I reach out to my sports book and ask for them to pay me out the $7,500 because I had the better team? You think that would work?
Yes. Yeah, I think it would.
Okay.
You don't think it would work?
Okay. I don't know. I'm going to try, though. I mean, why not? I might as well just give it a shot. Hi, I'm emailing about having the better team in the World Series that didn't win. Can you please, rather than take the 1,000 out of my account, can you put 7,500 in plus the 1,000? How do you think that will go?
Yeah. I don't think there's a response coming your way. No reply on that one.
No.
Did you end up doing anything?
Nope.
Or did you just say, all right, I'll just sit and hope they can win one of these 2 games? Dude, it was because we had the game 7 before it. We haven't been on the air since. I mean, the wedge ball on Friday. Come on. And there's a lot of people that were like, how do you have this stadium worth so many millions or billions and you have this organization worth so much and you don't have it go all the way to the ground? It does. DeRosa was on MLB Network the next day and he was showing it does go all the way to the ground. And he kept throwing it at the wall. It's an improbable event. It's like almost impossible. Probably a 0.0001 chance that it gets wedged down there, but it's somehow found a way and it's saved a run for the Dodgers.
It is funny
Crazy.
to hear that clip coming back from break about the guy saying they were the better team. I mean, then win the World Series. Then win it.
Wow, Caleb. Really? Yeah. And I don't even know that the ball wedge thing was the difference, but I mean, that's baseball. No. There's so many different things. The Will Smith, the cleat lifting and going back on. There's so many little things that you could pick. But to be the better team, yeah, I don't know about that.
I also hold on. I wanted to read this. I have this from Chris Black. Sort of teased it earlier. He's on X at Down to Black, and he was kind of using numbers to explain his side of the argument, whether or not IKF should have had a bigger lead. And I know that other major leaguers that have played in the league said that it was the right call. You don't want to get doubled off. And I understand both sides, but here are just some numbers to make you think about it. Dalton Varsho has had almost 2,500 career plate appearances in his career. 2,500. 1,600 batted balls. 342 line drives. Only one of those line drives was the third base. In 2,500 plate appearances, he hit one line drive to third base. The odds of him scalding one down the line where a third baseman would catch it and step on the bag are 1 in 2,500. That is a 0.1% chance of that happening.
Crazy. It was a great World Series. It was a phenomenal World Series, even if you had nothing on the line. Did you look at the odds for next year?
No.
Blue Jays were further down than I expected them to be. They are not. It's really close with a lot of teams, but they were not in the top 10 at BetMGM. Dodgers, of course, they're the favorite. They're plus 350. I got a better number than that at the start of the playoffs. So that's wild for next year. Okay, plus 350 Dodgers. Second favorite. What do you think?
Yankees.
Yankees, correct. Correct. Third favorite, National League.
Mets.
Paulie, Phillies.
Oh, Phillies. Yeah, that makes sense.
Phillies.
Have fun with all that.
It's bunched up. Astros, the fourth favorite. Mariners, also the fourth favorite because both of them are 13-1. And then we get to the Mets, of course. A lot of the usual suspects there. The Cubs are 22-1. Your White Sox, 500-1.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Wanted to mention that. All right, lightning bets. What are we doing tonight?
White Sox World Series? Question mark. Let me just get the over in the Monday night game. I gave out a bet earlier. I mean, it's a de facto lightning bet. This Bradley under that's going to come down to the wire. It looks like live total is 137. I gave 139. So it'll be a sweat for sure on a Monday morning, November 3rd. I'll be sweating Bradley and St. Bonaventure under. This is life. But I'm going to take in the football game, Cowboys and Cardinals. Not going to overthink it. No pun intended. Give me over 53.5. Some books are 54 right now, including BetMGM. So we said earlier, they're going to bet the over throughout the day. Get that 53.5 and get it now.
I should probably just stay away from sides. If I were to bet a side, I'd consider the plus 3.5. I would look at that route, but I'm gonna stick with props. It's the only thing hidden for me in the last week or so. Brissett completions over 22 in the hook. There has not been a quarterback that has gone under this number against the Cowboys defense this year, and there's no stopping. They can't stop anybody. Let's go with the completions for Brissett over 22.5. And we're getting plus money on McBride to score an anytime touchdown, plus 105. You can find out there. Was very pleased to see that was not in the room. Any McBride props were not in the room, which surprised me quite a bit. He gets involved with Brissett. So I'm going McBride touchdown, plus 105, and I'm going completions over 22.5. Paul, anything on Monday Night Football?
I got to do Marvin. Marvin at plus 145. The Cowboys do allow the most touchdowns to wide receivers. We heard Shea talk about it as well. They just over the top is typically where, I mean, I'm sure McBride will get his too, and he's got that rapport with Brissett, but at plus 145, I will play Marvin to get into the end zone.
Is there a guy down the list that you can get a good number on for Arizona? Like Zay Jones or something?
Yeah, plus 450.
Greg Dortch?
Dortch?
450. What's Dortch?
8 to 1.
It's not enough.
I'm blind. 6 to 1.
That sucks too. Yeah, you're not getting any bargains, even though it's the Cowboys on the other side. Bam night. They're all over Bam. He had a lot of snaps last week. All right. Jake Hassan, where are you going?
White Sox 500-1. No, I'm kidding. I love the World Series odds. So these are very funny. Yankees second favorite. Imagine. Anyway, I also like the over tonight, Monday Night Football, and I like Arizona. Sammy brought it up earlier, but I'll take Arizona plus 3.5 against Florida tonight, and then I'll just wait for college baseball to start in 3 months.
That's it? Like nothing in between? I'm waiting for your what was the random bet that he gave us the other day?
Charlotte, when they got smoked in the NBA. They got smoked by like 20. Hilarious.
Was that Friday?
They got their teeth kicked in.
When you gave an NBA bet?
I think it was Wednesday. Yeah, it was Wednesday.
I remember
or Thursday.
looking at it on like Friday. I was like, wait, hold on. Let me go back and check this game. I was
Got
like, lost
absolutely
by 20.
blitzed. Yeah.
When you
blitzed.
Gave an NBA bet,
J.
I knew it was going to lose. I'm so sad that we did not address that last week. We didn't.
Oh, how did we forget? Oh, well, maybe I could see how.
Yeah.
How
yes.
could we? Yes.
I can't wait for the White Sox to make an appearance this Thursday on 10 Toes Down for Gertch. I don't know which direction he's going to go, but it's going to be great.
Bulls are 5-0
again,
right? Bulls
5-0 now?
They lost last
They're
night.
not going to lose.
5-1.
Oh, they lost
did
last
lose?
night?
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Well, I did. I bet them over 31.5 wins because Gertch said the opposite. So I feel pretty good. I saw the adjusted total was 39.5.
Here we go. Sixers tomorrow.
Oh, maybe I'll
Sixers
go.
will win. Yeah,
I will
Sixers.
not
Oh,
go.
wait, where is it? Is it in
They're
Chicago?
hosting them.
Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, you should go, Paul. Go
Go.
see VJ Edgecombe in person.
I bet you can get some tickets.
I'll take a look.
If not now, when? No, for free.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Some pretty sweet seats, maybe.
No.
Yeah. Hang out at the table with Chuck. Be a stat man. Could you imagine?
Adjusted win total is 41.5 now at MGM.
From, do you recall what it was before the season?
31.5. That when Gertz said it, when Gertz said
Jeez.
under, I bet over 31.5.
What an overreaction.
Yeah, I should
What?
know that. A little 10-point middle, 10-win middle on the Bulls. Kick
So you
my
got
feet
Philly,
up.
Milwaukee, Cleveland, San Antonio coming up. This could be where the
Oh, that
losses
could be.
come.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to have over 31.5 and under 41.5.
Very good. Perfect. You're looking for a Bulls middle.
Let's go.
Awesome. This has been Bet Sweats. We'll be back tomorrow, I think, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network. Talk then.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.